enemy territory and your primary runs dry, what do? You transition to your sidearm, and you better hope you're packing this. It's the most admired and influential pistol of the 20th century. So powerful, it's been carried by armed forces for the last century.
Yet even a gun as revolutionary as Colt's M1911 was triggered by centuries of innovations. I'm putting this legendary weapon and its groundbreaking predecessors to the test to see how it gained its worldwide reputation as the ultimate man-stopper.
This is the Colt 45!
Firepower. Nothing shaped military capability more. I'm Will Willis, former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman. I've trained with modern weapons until firing them is second nature. Now I'm teaming up with leading experts to examine the greatest military firearms of all time and discover how these weapons changed the world. It's one of the most storied names in firearms, a gun admired by servicemen and collectors alike, the Colt 45. This weapon demands respect. It's rugged, reliable, and very powerful, and it helped make history. Near the end of World War I, U.S. Army Corporal Alvin York and his fellow soldiers are pinned down from heavy German fire. Their only hope is to outflank the enemy and take them out. It's a certain suicide mission. They crawl their way through the barbed wire, bullets, and heavy brush, surprising the Germans in an enemy trench.
Hand up! And halt! And halt! Right.
As they take the German soldiers prisoner, Sergeant York and his men come under fire from another German trench. York takes careful aim at the gunners. But when his rifle runs out of rounds, Germans armed with bayonets attack. York grabs his Army-issued sidearm, the M1911, a Colt 45 semi-automatic pistol, and kills 6 charging enemy soldiers. That morning, Alvin York single-handedly saves his unit from destruction and takes 132 prisoners, earning him the rank of sergeant, the Medal of Honor, and legendary status. Now, Sergeant York must have been an awesome shot and incredibly brave to have done that with a Colt 45. I've been trained on a lot of modern weapons, but never the Colt M1911. But now's my chance. Often called the Colt 45 automatic, the M1911's reputation is legendary. I'll be putting that reputation to the test with help from weapons historians and veteran marksmen. This is Grant Reynolds, former Marine sniper, firearms instructor, and expert with the M1911.
The M1911 was invented in a time when we were still riding horseback into battle. The stopping power was there, the simple design, easy to clean, magazine changes. It changed the name of the game. It revolutionized a sidearm. This was designed by John Browning in the early part of the 1900s. This was America's sidearm for all of the armed forces from 1911 all the way to 1985. It has a magazine which we put 7 rounds of 45 ACP in, and you insert it into the pistol grip just like that.
This magazine only has 7 rounds compared to a lot of modern weapons like the Beretta, which I'm used to. It has 15 rounds. Seems like Advantage Beretta. What makes you love this pistol so much?
One thing, very simply, stopping power. I know that when I pull this trigger, no matter where I'm pointing at, it's gonna go down, it's gonna stop. I just can't think of a weapon that was introduced in 1911 that's still being produced today, virtually unchanged.
So at the turn of the 20th century, this was a great advance in pistol technology over the revolver, is that correct?
Oh, no doubt about it. The basic principle of the M1911 is recoil operation. It uses the bullet's energy when fired to reload itself. Combustion gases from the speeding bullet force the slide backward. A claw extractor then pulls the spent casing from the firing chamber, and a spring propels the slide forward, stacking a fresh round into position. The slide finally locks into the barrel, and the gun's ready to fire again.
I know how I like to shoot a pistol and my setup and stance, but do you have any pointers for this particular weapon system?
Let me show you.
All right.
Very simple. I just like to drop my leg back a little bit.
Okay.
It's going to give me a little bit of natural body alignment, and it's also going to reduce my silhouette a little bit as I'm just kind of looking down range. I'm going to take my right hand, and I'm just going to drive it right into my left hand. I'm going to do a little push-pull right there. Now I'm concentrating on that front sight, and I'm squeezing that trigger right down through the center line of this pistol right here all day long.
What I want to know is, does the M1911 really live up to its reputation? So I've devised a Sergeant York challenge.
So what we've got are these recreated World War I trenches, but you won't be firing against wine bottles. You're going to be up against these guys.
6 members of the Great War Historical Society will be Grant's German opponents. From his trench, Grant will have to take them down with his Colt M1911 before they overrun his position.
In order to do this safely, we're going to use simunition. The cool thing about this is that it's a non-lethal round that leaves a visible mark on impact, and it can be fired through a real gun at about the same accuracy and rate of fire as a real bullet.
These special rounds are only available to military and law enforcement. In normal training exercises, total head protection is required.
Grant, are you ready to go?
Going hot.
All right, let's see it.
I'll provide Grant a little spotting support with a trench periscope.
Here they come.
In the World War I battle, the Germans charged Sergeant York when they heard his rifle mag empty. The only thing that could stop them was his Colt 45.
Oh, yeah. Here's another.
The M1911 fires at a muzzle velocity of 835 feet per second, with an effective range of 75 yards.
Change mags, change mags. They're gonna be off to your left, left, left. There you go.
And I'm out of ammo.
Sweet. What if we went that way for Sergeant York, you know?
I can't even imagine how heavy he was breathing and what the blood must have been doing inside of his body.
Yeah, but anytime you get the troops kind of channelized towards you, that works to your advantage.
Definitely.
All right, let's go talk to him.
Nice stuff. My blood was pumping when you guys were coming at me. I mean, I was sitting there just trying to figure out who to engage first. And
You
then
can just imagine if there was a couple hundred more guys coming at you.
Definitely.
So what did you think about the performance of the M1911?
Honestly, you know, if we'd been coming up at you with Lugers, there's no way you would have been able to hold that trench.
So hold on, you're saying the Luger is a better pistol than the M1911?
Most definitely.
Are you willing to put your money where your trigger finger is?
Bring it on.
The Pistola Parabellum 08, commonly known as the Luger, after its designer, Georg Luger, is the forerunner of today's 9mm pistols, like those made by Beretta and Glock. It was issued to German soldiers and officers through both world wars. If you think of one weapon that would symbolize the Imperial German military, this is it.
It's a very finely designed firearm. It's exquisitely made. I mean, you hold it and it just sort of just molds itself to your hand.
So how do these pistols that faced each other in combat stack up?
For this test, we're gonna see which World War I pistol, the M1911 or the Luger 08, has the faster rate of fire and the most power. And it's my first chance to get behind the Colt.
I'm gonna run into this trench and take out all the targets as quickly as I can, this time with live rounds. But first, German weapons expert Dan Sutton and his Luger will run the course.
Go!
Clearing a trench out with a Luger actually would have been much easier than this competition. In a real-world situation, your target's never that small.
Empty. 16 rounds, you hit 5 targets. 40 seconds. Not bad, Dan. Let's see what Will can do.
At 0.45 inches in diameter, a .45 caliber round is equal to 11 millimeters, almost 25% larger than the Luger's 9 millimeter.
Will, you ready?
Going hot!
Go!
Trench warfare is always challenging. Anything can be coming around those corners. It's amazing to look back and see what those guys kind of went through. I do have a newfound respect for the 1911. The action feels great. It feels good in your hand, and that's one of the key things when you're firing a pistol. How does it feel in your hand? How does it incorporate to your body when you're engaging with that thing?
14 rounds, 8 hits,
Including the rat.
38 seconds.
It's not bad, and you had 40.
Yeah.
Okay, and 5 hits?
5 hits
All
with
right.
16 rounds.
Right. So what we've got is a pretty evenly matched weapons. I mean, you got 9 mil versus 45. Your weapon holds 8 rounds in the magazine, mine's 7. But I think the big differences here are the caliber of the weapon. You got a 9 millimeter versus a 45. So thanks a lot, man. It was awesome. Good job.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Good shooting. The rivalry between Colt's M1911 and its 9 millimeter competitors continues to this day, and we'll soon test how it stacks up to its newest rival. But first, I want to see what made the 1911 so revolutionary. It was the U.S. Army standard issue sidearm for 75 years, and it still sees action today. To see exactly what the Colt 45 cartridge can do, we've brought in a ballistics gel torso, complete with organs and blood. The torso accurately reveals the damage caused by a round. I'm a trained combat medic specializing in wound trauma, and I want to show you the serious damage caused by this 45 ACP round and introduce you to the concept of stopping power. Came in here. Look at that relatively small entrance wound. Well, the great thing about skin is that it's got so much elasticity to it. It can really take some damage, okay? And this stuff is made to flex and move around the body. And this round enters here. I can't even get my finger inside of that thing, but the cavitation wave, as this thing transfers its kinetic energy into these tissues, is really what's the most devastating thing. And the body reacts to that by just pulling away from that trauma. So this round, it comes through here and it exits right here. Again, a relatively small exit wound, but what you have is this large cavitation on the inside. You've got the spleen back here, you've got the kidneys back here. Those things don't handle trauma well at all. They're solid organs. They rip and they tear, and a lot of blood gets filtered through those things. So when you hit the oil filters for the body, it's just like your car. They leak and leak and leak until it runs out of oil. And then just like in a car, your engine seizes up. The heart's gonna seize up. The only thing that's gonna save him is a hospital. To truly appreciate how the Colt M1911 revolutionized firearms, you have to see where it came from. The story of the pistol goes back over 500 years. Then, just as now, a man wanted a weapon that he could easily conceal, manipulate and fire with one hand, and reach out and kill from beyond arm's reach. 400 years before the M1911, the first handguns appeared in Europe, a development triggered by the invention of an ignition system called the wheel lock. Here to teach me how to fire one is early firearms authority, Paul Masterson.
A lot of people don't really know a whole lot about ancient firearms. There's a lot of processes that can go wrong in it. With the invention of the wheel lock, you finally had a weapon that you could preload and was available to present fire and engage an enemy at a moment's notice. This was a huge evolution in the firearm.
So that's a black powder pistol.
This is a black powder wheel lock pistol. It's a reproduction made by master craftsman Dale Shin.
So this looks more like a piece of art than a deadly killing weapon.
Well, this was a state-of-the-art piece for its time. It functions a lot like our modern lighters. We've got a hardened steel wheel in the center that would create a shower of sparks against this piece of iron pyrite here. So this was a huge advantage to the guys who carried it because it presented fire more quickly since you had the ignition system basically right next to the rest of the charge. And depending on what sort of unit you were, whether you're artillery, cavalry, etc., you might carry different lengths. Like here we've got some cavalry pistols. These are more accurate as they have a longer barrel, and you'd usually carry them in a matched pair.
This fired a spherical lead round, is that correct?
Absolutely. They were handmade, not exactly precision milled.
Yeah.
So you'd have to snip this, this little piece off, and depending on how accurate you wanted to be, maybe spend a little time, give it a little love, polish it off. You'd pack it in as tight as you could, but there's still going to be a bit of play because it's a smooth bore. It's sort of like a marble down a steel tube.
What do you say that we go and shoot this thing and find out exactly how accurate it is?
Sounds great. I've got a target set up right over here.
All right, let's make it happen,
Let's
Captain.
do it. Pull the trigger and it'll spark up.
All right, here we go. Yeah, that's disappointing. What was that all about?
Anticlimactic there,
Yeah.
The primary ignition lit, but the secondary ignition did not.
Okay, so it's got a dual ignition system.
Correct.
In this misfire, the spark lit the first charge, but the black powder that propels the ball failed to ignite. A failure that in battle could cost you your life.
So we just fill this up with powder again and then give it another shot?
Absolutely.
Ready to fire, all right. So right here, I mean, I'm aiming center mass here. The round goes through here, and I'm sitting about 10 meters away, so I'm only about 30 feet. Not the most accurate weapon.
Especially not compared to a modern pistol. Could have had a lot of play in the barrel, send it off.
Including idiosyncrasies in the round itself, which was hand cast.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Let's try it again, see if we can hit this thing.
All right.
This time, I'm just 15 feet away. Now that is a hand cannon.
Not bad.
Not bad, yeah. I went right where I wanted it to, and there was that little bit of a delay. But it's pretty intimidating stuff.
Certainly not something you want to be on the receiving end of.
Oh, hell no.
After the wheel lock, the next evolution in the firearm was the snap hands. The big difference, we're moving from iron pyrite into flint. This is sort of the first of the flint locks. But after this, the next evolution went to what we know as the flintlock. The flintlock became the mainstay of firearms for quite some time until we start getting into the cartridges.
So this was like a no-nonsense, not very complicated weapon.
Yeah, what became so popular about this was it was a lot simpler than the snap hands or the wheel lock. It was sort of the AK-47 of its day, really robust, really simple. Instead of having a moving pan cover like we had with the wheel lock, you now have the introduction of the frizzen, which is both the striking surface and covers the pan. Less moving parts, less things to worry about, just really robust. You just don't have as much to deal with. And it was a lot less costly to make. They say in the day you could get about 3 of these for each wheel lock, so a lot of people tended to want that.
So taking all this into consideration, which one of these two weapons would I want in a duel?
Well, it's tough to say. I mean, some people say that the wheel lock ignites faster. Some people say that the flintlock ignites faster. So why don't we try it out?
For an accurate comparison, I'll fire both the wheel lock and the flintlock at exactly the same time.
2, 3.
You'll see that the wheel lock is the first to fire its ball. It's close, but when aiming at a moving target, it makes a big difference. Most early handheld firearms were only single-shot weapons. While you were reloading, you were very vulnerable to an adversary. To solve this problem, firearms designers started experimenting with guns with multiple barrels that were all loaded and ready to fire. I'm gonna test how well this idea worked.
This is the pepper box pistol. It has multiple barrels, only fires 1 shot at a time. You can see the barrels right here. Trigger, hammer, it's a pretty simple thing. Now, I'm told that it's not very accurate or reliable. Let's see what happens. They might be right. Come on, you son of a...
Now that's more like it.
Okay, what I've got here is a cap and ball duck foot pistol. Each one of these barrels is loaded with a ball with powder behind it. And when you pull this trigger, all 3 rounds are firing at the same time. Particularly useful if you are a bad shot.
Or if you're trying to hit multiple targets with 1 shot.
All right. So I took out 2 of my 3 targets, but I'd rather have a weapon that I can engage decisively multiple times, you know, boom, 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 and know that I'm gonna hit those targets.
By the 1830s, the quest for rapid fire triggers a revolutionary new gun, the revolver. A driving force behind its development was American inventor and industrialist Samuel Colt. According to popular legend, he gets the inspiration for the revolver by observing the turning spokes on a ship's wheel. Colt carves his idea out of wood, a revolving cylinder with multiple chambers aligned with a single barrel. He patents his idea when he is just 18. Colt ultimately manufactured his first revolver in Paterson, New Jersey in 1836. And this is it, the first Colt revolver, the Colt Paterson. Weapons specialist Mike Tristano explains its impact.
Colt Peacemaker represents a revolutionary step in firearms development. It took advantage of a new ignition system called the percussion cap, which fired much more reliably than the flintlock did in bad weather. This is a cap and ball or percussion system weapon.
Okay.
It's got 5 chambers, so you're going to put your powder in each chamber first. Then you put your .36 caliber ball with a patch, which is going to help with the accuracy. Then you put some grease over the chambers, which can avoid something called a chain fire, which can happen if there's powder outside of the chambers.
Right,
you don't want everything going off at once on you.
Exactly.
Kind of blow you and the gun up. And then once you get that, then you put your percussion caps onto these nipples that are on the ends here. Then you're ready to go.
It actually feels a lot better in the hand, a lot more contemporary than these other things did. Some of these were really clunky.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge jump ahead in firearms technology, and it was the start of the whole Colt dynasty of firearms.
Well, I can't wait to shoot it. Are you ready?
Let's give it a try.
The trigger squeeze on the Paterson is a little extreme, but it's worth the effort.
Damn, Will, that was some pretty good shooting.
I was actually really surprised. It was a lot more accurate than I thought it was going to be, and I was also firing in a more traditional way. I mean, usually with a weapon this big, I would use both hands and be in a stable tactical
But you used a more
position.
traditional gunfighter or real Western style of one-handed shooting.
Yeah, trying to be a gunslinger, so to speak.
Seemed to work pretty well for you.
It was okay. It worked pretty good.
How was the recoil with that compared to the wheel lock or the flintlock?
It wasn't that bad, to tell you the truth. I didn't feel a lot of muzzle flip or anything like that. Maybe it just felt like it was more a part of my arm, and I was able to absorb the recoil
As if
better.
you were shooting a more modern firearm, which,
Yes.
which compared to the others, it was.
Yeah, it felt great,
Yeah.
man. I really liked it a lot.
Colt's Paterson changes the way battles are fought after the legendary Texas Rangers use it in the Mexican-American War. Rivals are stunned by a gun that immediately refires. And in the Civil War, cavalry officers find that horses and revolvers are a natural fit. But the Paterson has to be dismantled, loaded, and rebuilt to fire again. The Army wants a more reliable sidearm. The American Civil War spurs firearms manufacturers to design ever more effective weapons, utilizing the latest technological innovations from Europe. Perhaps the biggest, the metal cartridge. Also called a round, it packages the bullet, gunpowder, and primer into a single metallic case, precisely made to fit a firing chamber. These developments lead to the first of Samuel Colt's legendary .45 caliber pistols.
It's the Colt Single Action Army revolver, known as the Peacemaker, because if you had one of these, or better yet, two of these, and people knew about it, they didn't want to be on the business end of it. Now, I'm more at home firing a semi-automatic pistol like the 9mm Beretta. To fully master a legacy weapon like this requires a little bit different touch. To appreciate the qualities and the power of the Colt 45, I've brought in world champion gunslinger and Hollywood gun coach, Joey Dillon.
In my opinion, the Colt Peacemaker is the ultimate gun. It's got one foot in the past, but it's still modern enough to use it if you want home defense or target practice. Nobody else has the Old West except this country, and this gun helped tame that West. It's just the perfect gun. That's what I think.
It's not just all dog and pony show. You've actually got skills.
I hit what I aim at. You know.
It's a good thing,
Yes.
because I could use some coaching tips on handling this weapon.
All right.
Now, this was known as the gun that won the West.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. 1873, the U.S. Army says, man, we want a new standard service revolver for our officers, cavalrymen. So they held these trials. They get all the gun makers to come out, show off their stuff, brag about it, shoot it. Colt is the one that won out. The 1873 Colt Single Action Army originally came out, the 7.5-inch barrel, which is what we got right here.
And this is the, what, 5-inch barrel?
That's 5.5.
And by single action, you mean that I have to cock this hammer back every time I want to fire a round.
That's right. Now, in my opinion, it's like driving a sports car. You want to stick shift and all that stuff. Who wants the automatic? You want to feel the roads, you know?
You want to shift the gears.
Loading this is a process. The cylinder doesn't pop out like some revolvers, things like that. You got to do it one at a time. So you bring the hammer back to half cock, you flip the loading gate open, allows the cylinder to spin free, start grabbing your rounds. We do what we call the cowboy load, which is basically loading 5 out of 6, and you can look down, see the rim, and make sure that that chamber in front of this hammer is empty, because basically if something flips that hammer, or if you drop the gun, it's the same as you pulling that trigger and that hammer coming down, and it will go off.
Doesn't seem like something you could do if you were really in a hurry, you know what I mean? Whenever you get into a stressful environment, fine motor skills kind of go away, so that could become something that's very complicated.
It's not like dropping
magazines, right?
And shoving them in, which is why you guys don't use these anymore.
Magazines are better.
In its day, the 1873 Colt Single Action Army was state-of-the-art. It played a significant role in the Spanish-American War when the U.S. fought for control over Cuba and other Spanish colonies. In the conflict's decisive battle, Teddy Roosevelt and his 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders, charge up the Spanish stronghold of San Juan Hill. When the Rough Riders reach the top, it's the Peacemaker that makes the difference in the close quarters fighting. The battle makes Teddy Roosevelt a national figure, and the legend of the Colt Peacemaker grows.
So I understand the original round was a 250-grain bullet, which is weight, propelled by 40 grains of powder, which is an actual amount.
Right.
Okay.
So that 40 grains would push that lead slug out. I mean, it kicked, okay?
Right.
So after a while, the Army says, well, what if we load it down a little bit, make it a little easier to handle, a little more controllable, get on target? So they went down to 30 grains of black powder.
Okay.
However, with me, I have an entire box with the original loads, if you are game.
40 grains of powder?
That's it.
What'd you think, I was gonna let you shoot out here by yourself? Yeah, I'm game.
All right, let's do it.
To compare the ballistic power of the Colt, we're gonna test it against one of its predecessors, the 1851 Navy cartridge conversion.
I'll be shooting the .45 caliber Colt, while Joey will shoot the .38 caliber Navy into a block of ballistics gelatin. This will reveal the kinetic energy transferred into the body from the round. A chronograph will also measure each round's velocity. First up, the .38 Navy. Now it's my turn with the Colt 45 Peacemaker.
All right, so what we have here is we've got the 38 over here, we've got the 45 here. With your 38, you had a smaller caliber round traveling at a slower muzzle velocity. It was a 913 approximately.
Right.
So as it enters, you're gonna see that good cavitation as it comes through. With this ballistic gel, you see a rebound, and then you get kind of that bounce, and it's an opening of that temporary cavity, and then a closing. You're left with this permanent cavity.
Right.
Now over here, with the 45 caliber round, you've got a larger caliber round traveling at a higher muzzle velocity, 1,200 feet per second. So you've got a greater transfer of kinetic energy into the gel, which is why we see the larger cavitation, and then as it tumbles, the concussion wave moves through, and you've got more rebound with the ballistic gel. So in a firefight, I'd rather have the Colt 45 than your 38.
That's true. They say God created man, Colt made him equal.
So far, we've seen the pistol evolve from an unreliable and complicated wheel lock design to a simpler but temperamental flintlock. And later, the first cap and ball revolver.
Inspired by advances in firearms technology throughout the ages, the Colt Manufacturing Company was at the forefront of pistol design in the 19th century. Everybody wanted to carry a Colt 45.
But how did the Peacemaker match up to the Army standard issue rifle of its day? Joey Dillon will help me find out.
For our next test, it's a rate of fire examination between the Peacemaker and the U.S. Army's first breech-loaded rifle, the 1873 Trapdoor. We're gonna have targets from 10 all the way out to 100 yards. And you're gonna have 1 minute to pop off as many rounds as you can. You ready?
Let's do it.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
After an even start, Joey's 6-chamber revolver quickly takes the lead over my single-shot rifle.
Oh, shit, I got it.
He even hits the plate at 100 yards, where I was hoping my rifle would have the edge.
I'm gonna call that a hit. That's it. I got off 6. How'd you do?
Oh, 12 rounds, you know.
Whatever.
7 out of 8 plates, but 12 rounds fired.
And I hit 5 out of 6, so my shooting percentage is higher than yours, but obviously you got off more rounds, and I think I'm definitely more accurate at distance.
You're way more accurate. Let me say this. I hit this the first shot, bam! But I couldn't repeat it in 4 more shots.
As Joey demonstrated, in the right hands, the Peacemaker is accurate, even at 100 yards.
What's great about Colt revolvers like the Peacemaker is that they can be loaded and fired by anyone. That's why they became known as the great equalizer, because no matter your skill set, in theory, you could load it and be equal to anyone else who was packing one. Complicated muzzle loaders became pretty much a thing of the past.
In the early 1890s, the Army turned to a sidearm with a smaller 38 caliber round. The 1894 Colt revolver is easier to aim and shoot than a 45. But its limitations become obvious in the Philippines when Americans fight nationalist tribesmen. The Colt 38 seriously lacks stopping power. So the Army commissions a new 45 caliber pistol. The winning design? The Colt M1911. This isn't just a change in ammo. It offers semi-automatic fire, a quantum leap in firearms technology.
This pistol receives the 45 ACP cartridge. It's a heavier, wide diameter round, so you get a greater transfer of energy into your target. Let's go see how powerful this really is.
We'll test it on a standard tissue model in military simulations, a pig carcass.
We're gonna do a comparison between the Colt 38 and the M1911. The 38, of course, is the weapon that gave us so much trouble during the Philippine insurrection. right, that was the 38. Now time for the 1911. We're gonna take a look at our tissue model. You're gonna see 3 rounds in this guy. Here's 2 from the 38, 1 from the 45. This one with the 45 is slightly larger. Once we look inside, we can see that the 45, as it passed through, made a fairly large hole. That's that distribution of energy. With the 38, it's a little bit smaller. Over here on the other side, we can see some bone chips where that 38 went in. And then take a look at this 45. The tissue is just so expanded that it's almost ripping off the carcass. And on the high-speed camera, we see this skin absorb that trauma and all that energy. Even though I've got 2 rounds of 38 in here, it looks like the 45 did the most damage. So has more stopping power, again, a better transfer of energy. It's the way to go.
The Colt 1911 is so valued by soldiers that it's used through both World Wars, Korea, Vietnam, and is still carried by some Special Forces units today. However, in 1985, U.S. Armed Forces retired the Colt 1911 in favor of a more modern Beretta 9mm. It was a dark day for many servicemen. The Beretta Model 92 SBF follows in a long line of high-performance European sidearms. Britain's legendary Webley revolvers were standard issue from 1887 through 1963. Early Webleys were known for the stopping power of their 455 round. All were known for the top break design that quickly ejected spent shells. On the continent, the revolver would soon be obsolete, pushed aside by the semi-automatic pistol. Germany's World War I era Luger was among the first of this new breed. Germany replaced the Luger with the Walther P08 just prior to World War II. The P38 fires the same round at roughly the same velocity as the Luger, but it's much more reliable and far cheaper to make. The Walther faced the Soviet Union's TT-33 on the Eastern Front. The Red Army carried nearly 2 million of these robust pistols to the front line. In 1951, the Soviets replaced their TT-33 with the Makarov PM. Compact and lethal, this semi-automatic was preferred by the Spetsnaz, covert Soviet forces. The Makarov was ingeniously designed with few moving parts. Just shy of 1 foot in length, the intimidating Desert Eagle is jointly produced by Israel and the U.S. Some models chamber the .50 caliber Action Express, one of the most powerful pistol rounds on the planet. Far from the limelight, the U.S. Navy SEALs get their job done with the Swiss-made Sig Sauer P226 Navy. Its precision action has prompted some to call it the Cadillac of tactical firearms. Beginning with the Model 17 in 1982, Glock pioneered the use of synthetic materials in handguns. Since then, this Austrian company has produced a series of reliable, highly regarded semi-automatic pistols. In Italy, Beretta's reliable Model 1934 semi-auto pistol was issued primarily to officers and a few select troops. It was the springboard for the 92 SBF that the U.S. military would adopt as the M9. Former Marine firearms instructor Grant Reynolds claims the M9 is especially effective when engaging moving targets. To test that theory, I've brought in a very challenging target.
It matches your shirt.
Are you ready for this? I don't think you are.
I think I'm gonna be okay with your driving.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, bring it on.
All right.
Hot! Wow, it's actually pretty fast.
A small target moving at 30 miles per hour is a challenge for any shooter. But Beretta advocates believe its design provides greater agility and accuracy.
I think think you might have got it.
I'm pretty sure I got it right when it came over that first jump.
Whatever, man.
Can you see anything?
It's definitely in op right now. It's not working.
Let's look for an impact anywhere.
Oh, the round went through the tire right there.
Shut the front door. You're not kidding, dude. Look at that.
The round went through the tire right there, exited over here. The bullet is in the motor. It left the metal jacketing actually inside of here. And maybe, there we go. If I give it a little shake, you can see some of the pieces, but here's some of that metal from the round. So it's still got electricity,
yeah,
but it's not going anywhere. It's like when a human being gets shot in the pelvis. I mean, the heart's still pumping,
sure,
but the wheels ain't moving, you know what
go.
I mean?
There you go.
And that's what we got here. Very cool. I didn't think you got it.
I didn't think I was gonna get it. I'll be honest with you, I was going, I don't know about that.
That
but
was
rounds
awesome,
on
man.
target.
Grant is obviously an expert marksman, but I asked what advantages the Beretta holds over the Colt.
Number one, magazine capacity. We're working with 15 rounds as opposed to the 7 that you have in that
Right.
M1911. So I can put way more lead downrange while you're busy doing magazine changes. Secondly, you know, we're still using that short recoil operation, but now with the 9mm, it's just a little bit lighter. So that allows me to put that front sight tip right back on target every time I shoot a round. It just goes right back.
I gotta be honest with you, I really like the Beretta, but I've been working with this 1911 and I'm really liking it. I like its stopping power. I like the caliber round that it has. The action's smooth. I think that I'd rather carry that 1911. How do you feel?
I'll choose this Beretta all day long.
Sounds like a challenge.
Absolutely.
Okay, then we should probably get a little bit more practice before we head out and do this.
I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
It took centuries of firearms innovations for us to arrive at the powerful and reliable Colt M1911, the most popular American military sidearm of all time. To get a better appreciation of this modern masterpiece, I learned how to load and fire the earliest pistol, the wheel lock. It was big and cumbersome, but at close range, it rocked. The simpler and cheaper flintlock replaced the wheel lock. I found its ignition system was actually slower to fire. The next major leap in firearms development was rapid fire. It was Samuel Colt who created the first practical revolver, the 1836 Patterson. In 1873, the Colt Company introduced its first .45 caliber revolver, the Single Action Army, commonly known as the Peacemaker. By World War I, the revolver gave way to the semi-automatic pistol, and a new Colt 45, the M1911, began its long rivalry against the 9mm round when it faced the German Luger.
Now it's time for our final test of the Colt 45 and of my skills with it. I'm challenging former Marine Corps firearms instructor Grant Reynolds to a multi-stage course featuring guns that we've examined during this show. This course was designed by our production team and is overseen by firearms expert and movie gun handler Mike Tristano.
Will and Grant must now race to different stations featuring the most groundbreaking pistols in the history of sidearms. They need to hit all of the targets before advancing to the next station. First, they must fire the flintlock, then the Colt Patterson revolver, and then the Peacemaker. Finally, Grant will use his modern pistol of choice, the Beretta M9, while Will carries the Colt Model 1911. They'll face drop targets that fall when hit by a strong force of impact. And the first one past that round will take out the final target.
Ready? Set.
Flintlock, flintlock, flintlock. Breathe, just breathe.
Cocked it, pointed, shot it. If I had had a misfire, whole different story.
I get to the next station, which is the Colt Patterson. It might as well be just like the flintlock because the sights on there are not my favorite.
The problem with the Colt Patterson is the trigger squeeze. It takes almost probably 20 pounds of force in order to draw that trigger back to the rear, where with a single action pistol, you're 2-3 pounds. Come on!
Peacemaker sets up really nice for my sights. It's a little bit windy out here, so I brought up my other hand and just did a little isometrics there and just started shooting all day.
I had a lot of trouble with the Colt Single Action. The problem is really making my point of aim and point of impact the same. My point of aim is here on the target, while my point of impact was over here. With non-adjustable sights, you have to adjust your point of aim or something you're doing with your technique to bring those two things together in a line and make them work out.
Oh, you're such a pain in the butt to unload. How did you do it, Sam?
I could see that Grant was ahead of me, and I was still trying to reload.
Come on, baby. I had to put a lot of lead downrange to get that thing to drop. That Beretta just does not have the stopping power that that 45 ACP round has.
Basically, his targets weren't going down, so I knew I had a chance. I came up, pulled my 45, 2 rounds, 1 in each target. Those rounds dropped right away. Last target was mine. Mine!
That's it, baby, that's it. How you like that?
Nice job, man.
What I learned today is that every weapon system is different, and you have to really practice with those things to be proficient. Now, as far as the differences between 9mm and 45, with that 9mm, you bring more rounds to the fight, but I think with the 45, you're bringing a way bigger punch, and that's the way to go. In combat, your rifle is your closest companion. Your life depends on its accuracy, ease of use, and its ability to take a beating.
From the infantryman's musket to sharpshooting long rifles and bolt-action breech loaders to the firearm that made the difference in World War II, the M1 Garand. The rifle has evolved into a state-of-the-art weapon with deadly precision. I'm loading up an arsenal of historic rifles to trace its incredible journey.
This is a battle rifle.
Nothing has shaped history more than the gun. I'm Will Willis, former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman. I've trained with modern weapons until firing them is second nature. Now, I'm out to master the greatest military firearms of all time. And see how these weapons change the world.
Few rifles can claim that they changed the course of history like the legendary M1 Garand. In its time, it brought more firepower to the battlefield than any other service rifle, earning it bragging rights as the rifle that won World War II.
Armed with an 8-round clip, a trained soldier could fire the M1 as fast as 50 rounds a minute, a blistering rate of fire during the Second World War. And on May 11th, 1945, during a harrowing battle in the Philippines, it meant the difference between survival and slaughter. It's early in the morning, and 2 American GIs are manning a submachine gun at the perimeter of a remote island outpost. Nearby, Private John McKinney is sleeping after all-night guard duty. Undetected, a squad of Japanese soldiers closes in. During the surprise attack, the Japanese quickly overrun the Americans at the submachine gun post. But they fail to stop Private McKinney. Armed with his M1 Garand, McKinney races to retake the machine gun and stop the Japanese from turning it on the American position. That's when two enemy soldiers wielding Arisaka bolt-action rifles catch McKinney in a deadly foot race to the same spot. McKinney sets his sights on the hijacked machine gun. Single-handedly, Private McKinney fights off wave after wave of determined Japanese soldiers. By the time reinforcements arrive, McKinney's killed 38 enemy soldiers. His heroic actions saved the outpost. John R. McKinney earns the Medal of Honor for his courage. American soldiers like McKinney relied on the M1 Garand for more than 30 years.
But the M1 was replaced long before I was a Ranger, so I'm getting my hands on one now to see how it fires. So that's cool. I love that self-ejecting magazine. It's actually called a clip. The weapon itself, long, a little heavy, but very powerful and easy to use.
To find out why the gun has such a legendary reputation, I've called in Andre Alexson, a weapons trainer for U.S. Special Forces.
The M1 Garand was one of the greatest combat rifles in history. It was the first semi-automatic rifle introduced in World War II.
Well done, well done. That's a really nice weapon.
Amazing weapon. Even General George Patton himself said it was the greatest battle implement ever devised.
Each trigger pull fires a round, ejects the spent casing, and chambers the next cartridge. The M1 semi-auto fire is powered by spring-loaded mechanics and explosive gas captured from the fired round.
Designed and invented by John C. Garand, Canadian-born, worked at Springfield Armory, started the inventing process in 1924, was released into active duty in 1936.
What kind of muzzle velocity are we talking about with this thing?
Man, 2,700 feet per second.
It's really moving.
It's moving so fast, so much power that it goes right through trees. It would get you no matter what you're hiding behind.
I did notice that when you ran dry on this, that clip ejected from the weapon and it made a very distinctive sound, and it seems like that would be a disadvantage.
The Garand ping, it was. When the enemy heard the ping, they'd pop up and open fire. Their GIs figured out a way around that. They'd take an empty clip, keep it in their pocket, throw it down on the ground. Nazis would pop their heads up, and bam!
The M1's big advantage was its semi-auto firepower and a bolt-action world. In the Pacific theater, the Japanese carried the Arisaka 99, a bolt-action rifle with a 5-round magazine.
I want to see how that M1 Garand matches up against my Japanese Arisaka 99.
The rifle McKinney faced in the surprise attack on Luzon. McKinney's daring actions inspire our first test, pitting these two rifles in a run-and-gun matchup.
Here it is, Andre. We've recruited a couple of World War II-era soldiers on this running target system.
All right.
Now, they're going to be scooting about 80 feet in this direction.
All right.
We're going to start over there and engage on the move,
All right.
running parallel to them. You've already proven that you're pretty good on the M1 Garand. So I'm going to leave you to the Arisaka, and I'm going to keep the Garand to myself.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right.
Should be real interesting to aim, shoot, and work the bolt action while running sideways and shooting at targets. I think that's why Will gave me the Arisaka.
Ready, Andre? Go! Andre, nice shot.
Okay.
Look at that. Right to the nose, man.
One kill, yeah. Gun's light and accurate, but what a pain trying to run and use the bolt.
Yeah. And then over here on this target,
Oh, boy.
there are no rounds on the target for this cat, so it looks like he's still able to engage.
Yeah.
This guy's still in the fight, absolutely.
And he's got a Garand.
And he's got a Garand, so
It's all yours. I'll tell you, that 8-round clip in that Garand will definitely give Will the edge against those targets. Ready, Will? Go!
All right, Andre. With my M1 Garand, I got 1, 2, 3 rounds on target on this guy. That's equipment, but you know.
Put him out of the war.
There you go. And then
Oh, nice.
1, 2 rounds on target here. Clearly a miss, but 5 out of 7 isn't bad. I only fired 7 rounds.
Good shooting.
The ability to get multiple shots off faster is not the M1's only advantage over the Arasaka. The M1 Garand's hefty 30-06 cartridge has 5mm more powder space than its Japanese counterpart, and that adds up for quite an impact.
As a former Air Force pararescueman, I'm trained as a combat medic, and I'm really stoked about this M1 and interested to see what kind of damage it does. So I brought in an old friend, the Ballistics Gel Torso. He's gonna give us a lot of feedback.
This torso target is complete with internal organs and blood.
You gotta love that instant feedback. Let's check it out. What we have here is a relatively small entrance wound, but this guy's heart in his chest is exploded. The heart does not handle trauma well at all, and it'll pump all the blood in your body out into your chest cavity. This round starts to tumble and spiral, and its surface area changes as it comes through. So that kinetic energy, the way that it's bled off into the body, you've got large cavitation, you've got small cavitation, and its effect on the organs is devastating. This is an awesome weapon, awesome firepower.
The M1 Garand was the result of innovation that spans centuries. To fully appreciate the M1's advanced features, we need to travel back some 250 years to its primitive ancestor, the smoothbore musket.
Prepare to fire!
Firearms historian Anthony DeLongis has the scoop on one of the most important, Britain's Brown Bess musket.
The Brown Bess is the battle rifle that made the British Empire great. It was the standard long gun for the British Empire's land forces from 1722 until 1838.
Historically, these things are very inaccurate.
Well, they weren't designed for individual marksmanship. They were designed for a large volume of fire downrange.
Which led to the tactic of everybody lining up and sending one volley downrange at a time.
Exactly.
Now, I've heard that these are a pain in the butt to load. Can you demonstrate it?
Well, you go to half cock. You have a pre-measured cartridge, which comes from your pouch or cartouche. You put a little powder in the pan. You would close the frizzen to keep that powder there, because that's what's going to go through the touch hole and ignite the charge in the barrel. You then put the powder into the barrel, drop the ball, and you would use your ramrod, and you would drop that down to seat the ball in the charge. Prepare to fire. On the command to fire, you go to full cock, and
what if it doesn't spark the powder in the pan?
well, that's called a misfire, and that did happen with this. You would try it again. If it still doesn't work, then you would take your bayonet out, and you would put your bayonet on, and now you have a 6.5-foot spear.
Nice.
Even with all of its shortcomings, the musket was a state-of-the-art weapon at the time of the American Revolution. Both British and American forces carried muskets. Enemy formations would line up 75 to 100 yards apart and fire in volleys. Experienced soldiers could shoot and reload 3 to 5 times per minute. But muskets were wildly inaccurate. Victory depended on maintaining a high volume of fire.
Even the greatest marksman cannot predict exactly where a musket ball will go after it's fired. How inaccurate is a musket? I've got one target, 50 yards, one musket ball. Let's put it to the test. Huh, I don't even think I hit the target. Well, it felt good. Just doesn't look too good, you know what I mean? It's hard to really predict where that round's gonna land. I was aiming center mass, the round hit over here on the frame of the target, so this wouldn't have even scared this guy.
The whole point of this was a mass volley, you know, where you had ranks of soldiers all shooting at the same time. But you're right, in terms of individual accuracy, that's not what it does well.
But a made-in-America firearm would prove to be much more accurate, thanks to a process called rifling. European gunsmiths first started cutting spiral grooves in the barrel of the gun to drain out black powder residue. But German immigrants on the American frontier found rifling had another greater benefit.
This imparts rotation to the bullet when it comes out. This increases accuracy, makes up for imperfections in this soft lead round, and really increases distance.
This iconic American weapon becomes known to the world as the Kentucky rifle. Seeing its first military action during the American Revolution, it brings a new kind of warrior to the battlefield, the sniper.
George Washington, he used both the musket and the rifle to great effect. His regular troops were using the musket and fighting conventional style, while his riflemen, his Kentucky riflemen, his frontiersmen, he was using them to target officers and just disrupt command and produce chaos and really, really decimate their morale.
How well did these early rifles stack up against a team of muskets? I've called in some friends of mine to help test it out.
Suppose this British unit makes a bayonet charge across this 75 yards no man's land. Now, this musket army must take on that formation while I go solo with my long rifle. You guys ready?
Ready.
All right, let's do it.
We'll take our first shot from a distance of 75 yards.
All right, Anthony, you got the Colt?
I do. Present weapon. Prepare to fire. Fire!
A rifle can shoot accurately at 75 yards without breaking a sweat. But the rounds from the 3 muskets our expert marksmen are using don't even hit one of the 4 redcoats.
Present weapon. Prepare to fire. Fire!
From 50 yards, all 3 musket rounds hit targets. And in a mass formation firefight, the volume of musket fire outweighed the accuracy gained by the more expensive rifle.
All right, let's take a look at what we got. Good shooting, you guys. Got 2 rounds in the hip right there. That takes out the pelvis, devastating. Great job. All right, good shooting up here too, right across the rib cage. Great job. You're taking that guy out of the fight. Over here, missed all the way around. He's still in it to win it. This shot, we got 1 in the right hand. That's the first thing that I noticed. I mean, if he doesn't have a hand, he can't carry a weapon. Over here, nice shot, again, high on the hip. And then down here, clearly a miss. Clearly a miss. If he'd have had somebody behind him, maybe. Then over here, this guy stopped in his tracks, no doubt about it. It was awesome. Let's go see what I did. This guy right here, center mass, not too bad. He got the liver quiver too. This cat over here, he's gonna be out of that fight. He's not gonna wanna get into a hand-to-hand combat if he's got use of only one hand. So obviously the Kentucky rifle, as far as accuracy goes, a better weapon. And as far as mayhem goes, you guys got that covered.
By the time of the Civil War, the lethal accuracy of the rifle made it the weapon of choice for both armies. The Confederacy favored the British-made P-53 Enfield rifle. while most Union soldiers took the Army Standard Issue 1861 Springfield into battle. Both rifles used paper cartridges, which carried an accurate pre-measured load of powder. The bullet itself, the mini ball, was slightly smaller than the barrel, making it easier to ram the soft lead bullet to the bottom. The base of the bullet was hollow. Exploding powder expanded the lead, so the ball engaged the rifling, spinning the ball and making its flight more accurate. There was one more advance, the percussion cap. These small copper cups contain a primer and fit over a tube that leads to the firing chamber. When the cap is struck, a spark ignites the powder, launching the bullet. Percussion caps are also immune to weather, a huge advance in dependability. But rifles of this era were still muzzle loaders, and the time it takes to reload could cost a soldier his life. By the 1870s, a solution finally proved itself, the breech-loading rifle. World speed shooting champion Spencer Hoagland is here to demonstrate.
If you're shooting a breech-loading rifle, you can take cover, you can load from cover, you can fire from cover, and you really never need to expose yourself.
So the basic idea is that rather than cram a round down the barrel, you bypass that and you load directly into the chamber.
Right, and it wasn't until the metallic cartridge came around that that became practical.
The rimfire cartridge packages a bullet, gunpowder, and a primer into a single metallic case. The official U.S. Army breech-loading rifle was this 1873 Springfield trapdoor. But this wasn't the only gun in town. The same year the trapdoor was adopted, the military declined to purchase a remarkable new design, a rifle that could be loaded once and fired repeatedly, the 1873 Winchester rifle. Spencer is a 5-time world champion with the repeating rifle, and he's offered to show me a few of his trade secrets. He's going to be turning loose his 1873 Winchester rifle on these targets. He's got to hit all of them, or he's buying the beer tonight.
I love classic American firearms, especially the Winchester lever-action rifles. The older firearms are just truly works of art. Your turn now.
Oh, okay. I'm not intimidated at all. I mean, you just picked them off one by one, even the ones that fell off onto the ground. You went ahead and took those out.
Hey,
as well.
they were retreating. I had to get them.
All right. Do you have any tips for me?
Sure thing. What you want to do is make a stable shooting platform with your left hand in your shoulder.
Okay.
So try that, bring it up, get a sight picture, be able to move the gun around, and then simply bring your right hand in to operate the lever and pull the trigger.
Okay.
You can try any number of ways, just whatever's comfortable for you.
All right, I'll give it a try.
All right.
I'm firing one of the very first lever-action repeaters, a Henry rifle from the 1850s. Wow. Great weapon to shoot. I really enjoyed that.
You handled it well. Nice shooting.
Thank you. First time I've ever fired this. I mean, it's real easy to use. Why did the Army stick with the 1873 trapdoor rather than switching over to this repeating rifle?
It was an issue of money. Okay. This was a lot more expensive to make at the time, and there was this general sense that if you give someone a gun that will fire 16 rounds, then they're just going to burn through ammo too fast. And they thought that they were just going to be throwing money after money on top of ammo.
Right. The U.S. Army learned a bitter lesson about the limits of its single-fire trapdoor rifle at the Battle of Little Bighorn. Lieutenant Colonel George Custer led his troops to a position surrounded by Cheyenne and Sioux tribe warriors. Many of the Native Americans carried Henry repeating rifles. These easily outgunned the soldiers' single-shot rifles. Within less than an hour, Custer and 210 men are killed. It's a harsh wake-up call that the Army's rifle was no longer fit for the battlefield. And it's soon followed by another shock. Technological leaps in European firearms threaten to make American rifles obsolete. All the guns I've fired so far have one major drawback on the battlefield: black powder. Every black powder round produces a cloud of smoke. Multiply that by thousands of weapons, and you end up with the fog of war.
So with this trapdoor firing that black powder, it left soldiers shooting in the dark, even in the middle of the day.
Absolutely. You know how important line of sight is on the battlefield. This restricts that tremendously. And also, black powder is highly corrosive. It would foul up the bores. It would get in the mechanisms. It would just prevent the guns from working. So black powder was a big problem on the battlefield.
In 1886, the French produced the Lebel rifle, the first to fire a smokeless powder round. It had a muzzle velocity faster than any rifle on the planet.
Firing!
And other than the muzzle flash, smokeless powder leaves no trace.
The introduction of smokeless powder is truly one of the biggest advancements in firearms history. With the increased pressure, you could shoot more accurately, you could shoot further. You could even harness that recoil and make semi-auto, fully auto rifles and pistols, and it really changed the face of firearms and changed the face of battle after that.
Other European nations rushed to build their own rifles that fired smokeless rounds. In 1892, the U.S. Army adopted the Norwegian-made Krag Jorgensen as its standard issue service rifle. Though the Krag fired smokeless rounds, its magazine had to be loaded one cartridge at a time. In the 1898 Spanish-American War, the Krag was easily outgunned by the German Mauser with its rapid clip reloading. When Teddy Roosevelt became president, he pushed the Army to design a new battle rifle, the Springfield Model 1903. Here to brief me on the weapon that brought the American rifle into the modern age is former Army sniper Rick Maddox.
The M1903 Springfield was a huge leap in ground warfare for the U.S. Army.
So what do you think makes this weapon system so special?
Well, the M1903, muzzle velocity of 2,700 feet per second, a maximum effective range of 656 yards. It had a 5-round magazine feeding system, and it shot about 15 rounds per minute.
Now, some folks would argue that the 03 is simply a German Mauser with the American flag on its lapel.
It was so closely inspired by the Mauser, the U.S. government had to pay royalties to the Mauser company. I will say that the M1903 has a longer effective range, however.
The M1903 is a bolt-action rifle. Operation of the bolt ejects the spent casing, loads a new round, and cocks the firing pin. In World War I, the M1903 took its place alongside veteran bolt-action rifles, Germany's Mauser and Britain's Lee Enfield. As American forces deployed in Europe, Germany unleashed a crushing assault on Allied lines. Among the few standing in their way were elements of the 1st Battalion, 5th Marines. The Marines and their M1903 rifles withstand everything the Germans send against them. If there were any doubts about the M1903, they're buried at Belleau Wood.
The 1903 Springfield was a truly world-class rifle in the same league as the German Mauser and the British Lee Enfield.
In caliber, the Mauser's the big gun with a 7.92 millimeter round. With a 10-round magazine, the Lee Enfield has twice the ammo of either. But a rifle's weight can become a factor in prolonged combat. The slightly lighter M1903 has the advantage at 8.7 pounds.
But which one packed the biggest punch? We're about to find out. What we have here is the 30-06 from the 1903 Springfield. You can see the transfer of that kinetic energy from the round into this clay. Just took out this target entirely. Let's move over here. Right here, this is the German Mauser. This is an 8 millimeter round. Now on this side, on the front side here, you can see that there is a relatively small entrance wound, but on the back side, in this area, you actually see a lot larger cavitation. That's indicative of the round tumbling and just the transfer of energy in that case. And over here, this is from the British Lee Enfield. This is the .303 round, and it's very similar in its size to the 1903. Again, a devastating round. The M1903 is an awesome weapon, but it does have limitations. Every time the bolt is operated, the shooter loses sight of the target. Precious seconds are wasted finding it again. Because chambering a new round is a manual operation, there is an absolute limit to how fast a person can execute the action. The Springfield M1903 was the equal of any contemporary battle rifle. But like all other bolt-action rifles, the 1903's manual operation restricts its rate of fire and the number of targets it could take out quickly. So in 1936, the U.S. adopts a radical new service rifle, breaking the limitations of the past. The M1's 8 rounds of semi-automatic fire gave Americans an advantage over the enemy's bolt-action rifles. In World War II, the M1 Garand and the M1903 joined forces as America took the war into the Pacific theater. Die-hard Japanese soldiers made every inch of the American advance treacherous. Sometimes a sniper was the only effective asset against a dug-in enemy. Today, the M1903 inspires gunsmiths like Trent and Todd Griswold.
Silhouette, center mass, engage.
Their custom tactical rifles have attracted a big following among current special operations snipers.
Sniper rifles are extremely important to today's battlefield element. Now we're fighting wars where enemies are among civilians, so one well-placed shot is extremely important.
The name of the game for an operator using a bolt-action rifle is accuracy. When it comes down to making a shot that counts, it certainly is the tool of choice.
Now, when you guys say you built this rifle, that doesn't mean that you went out and you bought a kit and you bolted a bunch of stuff to it, right?
Nope, absolutely not. We start with a stripped action, completely build this thing from muzzle to buttstock. Throw a good piece of glass on it, and got a Griswold Brothers rifle.
This thing's gonna shoot exactly where you tell it to, Will.
With a semi-automatic, the shell is ejected and a new round loaded while the bullet travels down the barrel. The smallest vibration can throw it off target. With bolt action, there are only vibrations when the sniper operates the bolt. No parts are moving when the bullet is fired, which means it should be far more accurate. We've set up a test based on a sniping incident in Saipan.
Let's do it.
All right, man. All right, gents, what we've got here is a simulated enemy pillbox with a torso target on the inside. I've got 8 inches of space right here, 200 yards to cover. Now, I know you guys can make this shot, but I've never fired the Griswold 30-06, and I'm shooting. Who's gonna spot for me?
Trent's gonna be your eyes today.
All right, let's do this.
All right.
Before I try to take out the target, I need to zero the scope so that the bullet's point of impact matches my point of aim.
All right, look like you're about 6 o'clock, just off the edge of the steel.
Just off the edge? I have to ensure that my breathing and trigger squeeze do not alter the strike of the round.
It's like a good hit.
All right, ready for the pillbox. A pillbox gives enemy soldiers protection, but the sniper rifle is a precise, lethal tool.
Right in his throat, center mass.
Nice. One of the best-known snipers ever to pick up a rifle is U.S. Marine Gunnery Sergeant Carlos Hathcock. Hathcock racked up 93 confirmed kills in Vietnam.
Hathcock was so famed that the North Vietnamese put a $30,000 bounty out for him. A bounty he made sure no enemy sniper ever collected. In one lethal encounter, the 30-06 round from Hathcock's rifle pierced straight through his rival's scope. That means the sniper had been aiming right at Hathcock, but was too slow on the trigger. But what is the penetration power of modern-day sniper rifles?
Todd, what are we looking at?
Will, what we have here is a perfect test to show you the power of the 30-06 cartridge.
Okay.
We got 4 pieces of steel, 1/4 inch in thickness. We're gonna see how far we can make it through this.
All right, sounds great. And what's over here?
For this test, we're bringing out the 50 cal.
Nice.
We're gonna see how far you make it through 6 pieces of 1/4 inch thick steel. With 10,000 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle of that gun, who knows what's gonna happen on this one?
Ear-to-ear grin, that's what's gonna happen. Come on, what's over here?
We got a really interesting test setup for you here. Surprisingly enough, glass is extremely difficult to shoot through. Depending on the angle and what you're trying to hit behind it, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens on this one.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, Will, let's get that tube up on those 4 plates of steel.
Okay.
Good hit, center mass.
Man, it felt great. The sights are dead on. That round went exactly where I wanted it to be. I mean, this is a great weapon. The trigger squeeze, so light, it's awesome.
Wow. Looks like we went through 2 and dinged the 3rd pretty good. It's quite a bit of velocity.
This is thicker than a car door, you know what I mean? And then going through 2 pieces of that, plus doing some damage to this. That didn't hit with just a little bit of force, you know what I mean? That's why they teach soldiers to hide behind the wheel wells and the engine block. We don't hide behind doors anymore. This stuff will do real damage. What's next? Weapon's hot.
All right, spotters up. Green light on the windshield.
Green light on the windshield.
Firing these rifles is only half the job. We also need to assess the damage.
All right, man, it doesn't look like it deviated too much, you know?
Very little. Not too much. You could tell by the entrance hole that thing was pretty mangled by the time it hit the torso, though.
Right, and that's what happens. This thing starts to bleed off energy immediately into this windshield, and it starts to tumble and wiggle and yaw through the air before it even hits this guy.
Through and through.
Nice. And then right here, this entrance wound, you can see is a lot larger than a normal entrance wound for a 7.62 round. And that's because that round was spiraling or tumbling when it hit. But look, it's still got some exit velocity right here. Just goes right into the seat, and it comes out of the back of the seat even. Oh my goodness, man.
That's pretty devastating.
Now let's get to the good stuff.
Yes.
The 30-06 was just an appetizer. Next, Trent serves up the big daddy of sniper rifles, a 50 caliber McMillan TAC 50.
Look at this. This is what I just shot, the 30-06. This is a 50 cal. Unbelievable. This is gonna be amazing. So where are these being used, man? What are we looking at?
When John Browning designed this cartridge, his intention was to punch their engine blocks.
There is no doubt in my mind that that thing is capable of doing it.
This monster rifle has an effective range of 1,500 yards. The steel plates are at 200. I'll take one shot to sight it in.
All right, Will, let's see what this 50 cal has on these 6 plates of steel.
All right, I'm going hot.
Spotters up, green light.
Hi. Chamber, I'm going hot.
Spotters up, green light.
Stand by. Nice. Nice. This thing is badass, man.
A lot of energy.
This is a great, exciting, awesome weapon to shoot.
At 10,000 frames a second, you can even see the 50 caliber bullet as it rips through the first 5 plates of steel, generating enough strength to rip the screws holding the plates to the table.
Holy cow, rip those screws right out of there.
Oh, man. I want to know where that round is. It's got to be laying around here somewhere.
Well,
no, this isn't a piece of the round, but this is definitely a piece of the steel, probably from right here. Can we check that out?
Yep. Takes a lot to slow down 666 grains of lead.
So what, the weight of that round, could you compare it to something else?
About 4 times heavier than that 30-06.
Yeah, unbelievable. In most sniping scenarios, you're fighting distance, not barriers. In this weapon right here, the L115, also known as the L1, currently has bragging rights for the longest sniping shot in history.
In 2009, during the battle for Helmand Province in Afghanistan, coalition forces were actively training local soldiers to provide security and stability in the region. Insurgents repeatedly backed their claim to the turf with lethal firepower. And on a November day, while out on routine patrol, a unit of Britain's household cavalry and Afghan security forces are attacked. At the rear of the convoy, Corporal of Horse Craig Harrison, the sniper for the British unit, is more than 1.5 miles from the firefight, well beyond the effective range for most rifles. But far ahead, Harrison's commander and the rest of the unit are under heavy fire. With his driver acting as spotter, Harrison fires a test shot. Then another. Each one tells him a little more about adjusting for the extreme distance. Harrison has to aim 6 feet high and 20 inches wide to strike his target. Though the bullets move at nearly 3 times the speed of sound, seconds pass before they arrive. Craig Harrison got his unit out of a jam and set the world record for longest sniping shot, 8,120 feet. That's more than 1.5 miles.
This is the type of rifle Harrison used for his double hit, an Accuracy International L115, and I can't wait to shoot it.
All right, Will, today we got a target out of 200 yards, 2 football fields out, but when you hit this, you'll know it.
This distance is only 1/12 of what Harrison did when setting his record, but hey, it's my first time on the rifle.
Spotters up, green light.
I'm told the target is packed with something special, so we'll all know if I can hit it.
One more to confirm. Spotters up, green light.
That was awesome. Great feedback on that shot. You always want that kind of feedback. If the target exploded every time I shot it, that would be awesome. Firing this weapon's real nice. That action, it's like driving a sports car. And that's the kind of thing I like to feel from a weapon system.
I'm not done with the L1 yet. We're gonna put it and the M1 Garand through a final test of history's greatest battle rifles. The smoothbore muskets of the 1700s were state-of-the-art, but not very accurate.
I don't even think I hit the target.
The development of the Kentucky long rifle around 1750 was a huge advance. But the first rifles were still muzzleloaders. Soldiers had to remain upright to reload, and that made them easy targets. The metal cartridge enabled a huge leap forward. It allowed both breech loading and repeat fire. The battle rifle came of age around 1900. It was now a magazine-fed bolt-action killing machine. It fired smokeless powder rounds with deadly accuracy well beyond 500 yards. Then, the semi-automatic firepower of the M1 Garand gave American soldiers a crucial advantage on World War II battlefields. Today's sniper rifles owe a great debt to these predecessors, with their bolt-action precision striking targets more than a mile away.
All this rifle history has me revved up for my final challenge, and Trent Griswold has my marching orders, so it's time to do battle.
We got more history for you, Will, but this time we're putting you on the battlefield.
And let me guess, I'm gonna have to use period weapons to shoot my way out of trouble.
You got it. We've got a modern-day suicide bomber who's targeted a hospital. It's your job to take him out. But before you take that shot, you're gonna have to fight your way through a series of tests covering over 150 years of combat. Will must take on the first set of targets with a single-fire 1873 trapdoor rifle. Then it's on to World War I, where he must pick off an enemy soldier passing through a small opening in trench works with the 1903 Springfield. His next challenge is a World War II scenario, where he must target 3 enemy soldiers hiding behind a wall of trees with his M1 Garand. While all this is happening, the suicide bomber will be headed up the road to the medical center. Will needs to take out all the other targets before he can pick up the L1 rifle and try to take out the bomber before he reaches the clinic.
Ready, Will? Go! The 1873 trapdoor rifle. You know, my first priority was making sure I was smooth on the loading. No problems there. I'm very familiar with the weapon system now. It's very easy to use, which is probably why they issued it to the Army at that time.
Now the robot only has 500 yards to travel. You'll have to hustle. Nice, Will. Clear. 4 targets, 2 shots. Good job, man.
The 1903 Springfield bolt-action rifle. It's a nice weapon to have. It feels good in your hands. But in current conflicts where you might have to engage rapidly an enemy who has a semi-automatic rifle, not the best thing to have in that situation. You want something that's going to chamber rounds more quickly so that you can engage more quickly.
You're right in there. Bring it up just a bit.
When I was at the M1 Grand Station, I see out of the corner of my eye that robot kind of creeping up the road there, so I knew I was feeling a little bit of pressure. I had to stay ahead of that thing, and I might have rushed a few shots.
Go.
All right. The robot was ahead of me when I took off out of there, so I knew I had to pick up the pace and really pull off a nice, clean, tight shot at that last station.
Trent, you got me? Gotcha, Will. Send it.
Dead robot. Dead robot, save the hospital. That's what we're here to do, baby. That was awesome. I ain't gonna lie, it's a little bit hard. Keeping a steady breath, track of that target on the move. That felt good. That was nice. Well, you know what? I mean, this is such a great weapon system, and the evolution to here from back there is unbelievable. I mean, you got that scope on there. It made that target look huge. So when I squeezed that trigger, got that good impact, it was awesome.
Yeah, it took away a lot of the variables. Just up to the shooter now.
Yeah, it was great, man. I had a good time with that. Let's do it again.
It is the preferred weapon of soldiers, gangsters, law enforcement, and terrorists all over the world. This compact, concealable killing machine is capable of firing hundreds of rounds a minute. Traditionally used by armed forces to lay down high-volume suppressive fire, the Tommy gun evolved into the modern submachine gun and inspired the personal defense weapon, a new generation of compact automatics used by elite forces everywhere. I'm about to find out how menacing these close-quarters combat weapons really are. This is the submachine gun. Nothing has shaped history more than the gun. I'm Will Willis, former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman. I've trained with modern weapons until firing them is second nature. Now, I'm out to master the greatest military firearms of all time and see how these weapons change the world. The father of all submachine guns is the Thompson, a true game changer in the history of weaponry. In the hands of a skilled, brave soldier, it meant the difference between success and failure, life and death for himself and his platoon. The Thompson M1 proves its worth in Italy during World War II, when an Allied invasion hits the Gustav Line. This chain of dug-in German defenses blocks any advance to Rome. At Hill 79, Army Lieutenant Robert Waugh leads an American infantry unit against 6 heavily fortified German bunkers. Waugh orders his men to lay down cover fire. Then he charges the first bunker alone. One steady burst from his Thompson kills those who emerge. Waugh repeats the attack on the 5 remaining bunkers, killing 30 enemy soldiers and capturing 25. His single-handed assault breaks the Gustav Line at Hill 79. Lieutenant Robert Waugh is awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his heroism. His courageous actions depend on the compact size and blistering firepower of the Thompson. As a former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman, I was issued an M4 carbine, so I've never gotten my hands on a Thompson submachine gun. So to get me up to speed on this legendary weapon, I've called in an expert. Jeff Reeves is a former Navy SEAL, and he's seen firsthand how the submachine gun is a force multiplier in combat.
The submachine gun gave a single soldier an advantage over a platoon of enemy riflemen. Some of these weapons are crude, some of them are absolutely beautiful from an operator's point of view. Hands down, the submachine gun is one of the most important weapons in military history.
So this is the famous Thompson. And there's the common misconception that this was only used by gangsters in movies, and that's how it got the nickname Tommy gun.
Well, it wasn't only used by gangsters. It was originally created by John Thompson to be employed by the American Expeditionary Forces to help end World War I. Unfortunately for Thompson and his design team, the war ended in November of 1918, and that was before the Annihilator, that's what they termed it, could be shipped over to Europe. However, it did change an infantryman's weaponry and his tactics.
And this was the very first submachine gun.
It is the very first weapon to be termed a submachine gun. Now, there were other models like the German Bergmann MP-18 and also the Italian Via Perosa, which was mounted to one's chest and fired using a chest strap. However, this weapon here was the first one to be given the nomenclature a submachine gun.
Now, what makes it a submachine gun versus a regular machine gun?
A submachine gun is a fully automatic weapon that shoots pistol ammunition. This Thompson fires the same round that's shot in the Colt 1911, except the Thompson fires at 700 rounds per minute. The Thompson weighs slightly over 10 pounds and has a muzzle velocity of 935 feet per second. It reloads using a blowback system. The pressure from firing gases pushes back the breech block and extracts the spent cartridge. The spring then pushes the block forward again, feeding the next round into the chamber. The Thompson is a fully automatic weapon, meaning if you hold down the trigger, it'll keep firing until you're out of rounds.
The weapon cycles so quickly,
that the muzzle flips up, and you really got to force it back down on target. So you get a pretty wide beaten zone with this weapon, but it's a lot of fun to fire.
When long-range accuracy is not an issue, the Thompson's ability to spray a ton of bullets in a wide area makes it the gun of choice. On the downside, if engaging a target at 200 yards, a Thompson round could drift as much as 9 inches. Back in World War II, Lieutenant Robert Waugh took advantage of the Tommy gun's greatest strength, cycling a lot of rounds in a short amount of time. Jeff's designed a test to show me how Waugh pulled it off.
You're gonna run a couple machine gun bunkers, toss in some smoke grenades, and then shoot all the enemy fleeing around the sides. You'll be utilizing the Thompson M1A1. It was originally designed to be used in World War II. It's a stripped-down version of the classic we all know. You'll be utilizing the stick magazines, not the drums. The sticks are actually more reliable and easier to reload. I also suggest you try firing it from the shoulder position and also from the hip position like they did back in the day. You ready?
Always.
All right, let's do this.
I'm starting back about 80 feet, well within the Thompson's effective range.
Ready, Will? Loading now.
This gun is most accurate when fired within 50 feet of its target. The Thompson fires its huge .45 caliber rounds roughly 10% faster than the Colt M1911 pistol. At this range, the submachine gun rounds penetrate one enemy and also take out the one behind. There is no measurable bullet drift in close quarters combat.
Hey, firing this Thompson was a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. It's a little bit longer than the assault rifles or submachine guns that I'm used to, but let's take a look at the damage it did.
Seen some daylight through his core and through his face. That was a good hit right there.
I just kind of followed, tracked around the building, and then these guys presented themselves. And I actually got a really good burst on this first guy. Even though you don't see any bleeding on the outside, and you can see right here, you got some good internal bleeding. And internal bleeding is still the emptying of the vessel.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant Robert Waugh's strategy maximized the Thompson's capability at the Gustav line. But it was a very different kind of war that prompted its creation. In World War I, each side fielded machine guns that mowed down any infantry advance they faced. Both armies hunkered down in trenches while working feverishly to find new weapons that could break the stalemate.
Hence the development of the submachine gun and mobile firepower, something that soldiers today might take for granted.
It was a vicious close quarters weapon that you could sweep the trenches, so they would say.
The war prompts several new designs. One of the most powerful bears the name of its creator, John Browning. The M1918, often called the BAR, or Browning Automatic Rifle, is the closest thing to a submachine gun the U.S. fielded in World War I. The inventor's son, Second Lieutenant Val Browning, was one of the first to fire it in battle. The M1918 helped establish walking fire as a tactic to cross no man's land and enter enemy trenches. At 16 pounds, the M1918 was much lighter than earlier machine guns. It was also more reliable. It created a sensation when it was introduced. And let me tell you, it's a monster of a gun.
I'm really taking that slower rate of fire. That front sight kicks up, but it's easy to bring it right back down on target.
The weight of the gun actually keeps the barrel on target much more effectively than if it were to be a lighter gun. Like in shooting the Thompson, that thing can get out of hand pretty quick, but this actually does a great job of keeping the front sights on the target.
I mean, this thing's a beast. A lot of fun to shoot. Ah, that barrel gets wicked hot.
The BAR and the Thompson submachine gun are both fully automatic weapons. But one's a rifle, the other a submachine gun that fires a pistol round. These weapons were teamed up during World War II. But why? Jeff and I will put the two weapons to the test. Jeff will fire the BAR, while I fire the 1928 model Thompson with its legendary drum magazine. An obstacle course will test each gun's portability. Effective range and magazine capacity will also factor into our test. At the end of this, we should have a pretty good idea of what our weapons are capable of and which one we would rather have in a combat situation.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Let's do it.
Ready, set, go.
Taking this BAR through that barbed wire is not fun. I mean, 16 pounds. This thing is 47 inches long. That's a lot you're moving through there.
It was very apparent at 10 yards. One good shot from the BAR can destroy a target. But the Thompson has plenty of power at close range, and its much larger magazine capacity means it can stay in the fight far longer. As the distance increases, the Thompson's penetrating power diminishes. While the BAR is still hitting at full force, its smaller magazine is running out of rounds. So your water jug is pretty much destroyed, annihilated. That's a lot of transfer of energy with that 30-06 rifle round.
Absolutely. You're 45, pushing through there. You see how it just penetrated. It didn't have the velocity to knock it off and completely shatter it. The 30-06 rifle round just demolished the part of the cinder block that it hit.
The 45 did pretty much the same thing at this distance. My accuracy is already starting to diminish. Of course, I hit this low, but just the one time.
With the 20-round magazine, you don't have much opportunity to miss. And, of course, there is this lone totem left standing. I just simply ran out of ammo.
Yeah, but at least I still had the rounds to suppress these targets.
Good test.
Yeah, absolutely. The BAR has a lot more power, but the Thompson puts more rounds downrange quickly. Together, they're a powerful combination. Both were trailblazing firearms. Allies and enemies alike hurried to copy the designs. But by the time it went into production, the First World War was over, and the U.S. Army lost interest.
The Thompson submachine gun is heavier than what we operate with today. The best way to fire this gun is in 3 to 5 round bursts. You got to hold down the front end to get your rounds on target and shoot it sporadically. Because if you just hold the trigger down, it'll just blow you right off your socks.
John Thompson believed so much in the submachine gun that he started his own company, Auto Ordnance, with the idea of selling to civilians and law enforcement. Now, Colt manufactured them, and Thompson sold them to anybody that wanted an automatic weapon. And they were legal for anybody to own at the time.
And that coincided with the Prohibition of the 1920s.
The Thompson submachine gun with a single 20-round stick magazine sold for about $200. At the time, that was a lot of money. A Ford Model T only cost about $300. Gangsters were among the few who could afford a Thompson, and for a few dollars more, they could have the awesome firepower of a 100-round drum magazine.
This weapon here received many nicknames, such as the Chicago typewriter, the chopper, and also the Tommy gun.
It's the gun that made the 20s roar.
Right.
Hollywood's portrayals of ruthless gangsters firing on their enemies with Tommy guns blazing weren't far from the truth. The prohibition of alcohol in 1919 set the stage for more than a decade of violent crime. Organized mobs in large cities smuggled liquor into the country, then dispersed it to their network of speakeasies. Thirsty customers enjoyed the wild times and flooded gangs with cash. It wasn't long before mobsters began battling over territory.
So Thompson caught a huge break with a whole new set of clients, namely gangsters. They were distributing illegal booze, and they were very interested in protecting not only themselves, but their product. That led to police departments picking some up because they wanted to keep up with the firepower of the bad guys.
The most notorious incident was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. On February 14th, 1929, 2 men with Thompsons gunned down 7 gangsters in a Chicago warehouse. Though crime boss Al Capone was suspected of ordering the hit, no one was ever charged with the multiple murder. Capone was finally sent to prison for income tax evasion. The Thompson came out of the Prohibition era more famous than ever. During the 1920s and 30s, the United States Marines become the first to test the Thompson on the front lines in a string of U.S. interventions in Central America known as the Banana Wars. The Thompson's high rate of fire and relatively small size prove ideal for these tropical jungle wars. In World War II, the U.S. Army brings an improved Thompson designated M1A1 to Europe and the Pacific. The Thompson is everywhere. Prime Minister Winston Churchill even has himself photographed flaunting a Tommy gun to boost British morale. It was also thought that the motorcycle would be the ideal platform from which to employ the Thompson as long as it was in a special mount. Photographs were taken of soldiers testing the Tommy gun from Harley-Davidsons known as the Liberator and British Royal Enfield motorcycles like this one. Each country involved in the Second World War developed a new and unique submachine gun. It was the must-have weapon of the era. Justin Molnar is an expert on the second generation of submachine guns, which proves to be faster and cheaper to produce.
In World War II, the submachine gun was very important. Now battles were being pulled out of trenches, and the various locations that they would be fighting, it could range from house to house, tree to tree. We needed a weapon that was automatic, easy to carry by a single individual, and allowed them to be very mobile. 1.5 million Thompsons were produced throughout World War II, where it saw action both in Europe and in the Pacific. But there just wasn't enough to go around. They were just too expensive to produce. So a cheaper, easier to produce, and lighter submachine gun was needed to fill that gap. And you don't get any cheaper or simpler than this submachine gun, which was chosen to replace the Thompson. This is the all-metal stamp and welded M3, more popularly known as the grease gun.
It looks primitive but effective.
You know, at close quarters, it gets the job done. It was called the grease gun because it looks like a mechanic's tool. In fact, it was made by General Motors, and it cost only 1/10 the price of the Thompson. It fires a .45 caliber round with a 30-round detachable magazine. It was so cheaply produced that when it stopped working, they were just thrown away. You want to give it a shot?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Yeah, let's do it.
Going hot. It's nice. It's got a slow rate of fire. It's easy to control. Getting that front sight, keeping it on target. Actually, I'm wondering right now why we ever went to something else beyond this. It fires a .45 ACP round. It's a great, great weapon.
So, I just finished shooting the grease gun, and before that, the Thompson. Which do you prefer?
I actually prefer the grease gun. Slower rate of fire allows me to re-index my target faster. I'm gonna be able to conserve ammo. The collapsible buttstock makes it a little bit more versatile. The Thompson, of course, has a fixed buttstock. It's lighter than the Thompson. For me, grease gun all the way. Okay, so this looks kind of like the Thompson. Who used that?
Well, this is the Soviet submachine gun. It's called the PPSH-41, more commonly known as the Papa-Shaw. It had a 71-round drum magazine and fired a 7.62 by 25mm Tokarev round. It had a staggering rate of fire at 900 rounds per minute. That's twice that of the grease gun.
During World War II, the Soviet Union issued Papa-Shavs to huge numbers of soldiers, male and female. More than 5 million were made by 1945, but it's not the grease gun's only competition. I think I recognize this one. It's German, right?
You are right. This is the German MP40, or in German, Maschinenpistole 40. It's made of plastic and low-carbon steel sheet metal instead of machined steel, which makes it far more cost-effective to manufacture and much lighter in the field.
How do these World War II era SMGs stack up against each other? Let's find out. Justin and I are about to initiate on this shooter challenge. I'll be using the M3 grease gun. He'll be using the German MP40. Both
famous submachine guns from World War II. We're gonna find out which one is best. The M3 fires a much bigger round, but the MP40 has a higher rate of fire and a faster muzzle velocity. I've got 40 beer can targets. He's got 40 vodka bottle targets. Whoever has the least amount of targets left at the end wins. You ready to rock and roll?
You bet I am.
All right. For this test, Justin and I each have 2 magazines. As we each load our second magazine, I can see that even though the MP40 fires 50 rounds a minute faster, the M3's slower rate of fire makes it more accurate. So I can get more rounds on target even though I fire less of them.
A little surprised you got. So you fared fairly well on the accuracy here. It looks like you had good control of your weapon, and the grease gun really helps out with that weapon
Well,
system.
that slower rate of fire, again, helps you re-index your targets really easily.
I think the firing system and design was roughly based on the MP40, so it's definitely going to gain some of the advantages the MP40 had as far as its lightness and its control. But you got that .45 ACP stopping power, which definitely comes in handy. I think they did fairly well considering the number of targets that we had to fire at.
40 targets. You got roughly 11 targets still standing. I've got 1, 2, 3 targets still standing, and then some that probably fell over because they were scared. Despite their differences, the grease gun and the MP40 are closely matched. Yet within a decade of the end of World War II, both of these top-tier weapons were challenged by a groundbreaking new concept. The submachine guns of World War II were superb weapons made by major powers. But by 1955, a new submachine gun from Israel moves in at the top of the class. I'm talking about the Uzi. Former Israeli commando Aaron Cohen knows all about this iconic submachine gun and why it's become a legend around the world.
What I love about the Uzi is its compactness, its ability to be able to engage targets very, very selectively, the high rate of ammunition that can be carried in the actual weapon, and its ability to be concealed and deployed very quickly because of its size. This is a very good-looking weapon. It's compact. It looks even better with the magazine in it. It's got the retractable buttstock. But I believe the real reason why this became a pop culture weapon is because Israeli trainers, specifically from our special operations units, were tapped to train security forces all over the world. And with the trainers came the weapon. And so you begin to see this weapon get more and more saturated into different tactical communities, ultimately working its way up into the U.S. Secret Service, the FBI's hostage rescue team.
The Uzi was one of the first submachine guns to use the telescoping bolt design, which allows for the magazine to be housed in the pistol grip, just like a modern-day semi-automatic pistol. It makes for a compact weapon. At a length of 18 inches, the Uzi is 4 inches shorter than the grease gun. Its 8-pound stamped steel construction means it's light, cheap, and easy to make. Most Uzis fire a 9mm round, but it can easily be converted to fire the .45 ACP and other calibers. In the field, Israeli soldiers speed up reloading by taping 2 magazines together. When one's empty, they rotate to the next, rather than pulling a fresh mag from a pocket or a pack. Nearly 100 countries adopt the Uzi as a military or police firearm, making it one of the most successful weapons of all time. But for Israelis, the Uzi's most important job is to protect its front doorstep. During the Six-Day War, Israeli troops armed with Uzis target the Golan Heights, Syrian territory overlooking Israel. The compact submachine gun is easy to maneuver, improving the odds in a surprise attack.
At the end of the battle, Israeli forces armed with Uzis take control of the Golan Heights. The Uzi's compact size makes it ideal for covert ops, but a related weapon is even smaller. So what we have here is an Israeli-designed micro Uzi. It fires a 9mm round. This thing is air-cooled, magazine-fed. It fires from the closed bolt position. So right off the bat, I got this 9mm stick magazine, all right? Now we're hot with this. This has an additional safety feature on the rear of the pistol grip right here. Unless this portion is squeezed on the weapon, a round will not go down range.
It's less than a foot long when it's completely collapsed. This is the final version, the most updated cutting-edge version of the Uzi. In 2003, the regular Uzi was outdated. This is still in our counter-terrorist tool bag. This weapon, designed specifically for covert undercover operations, accurate, concealable. What do you say we go throw some lead down range?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
All right, now it's time to have some fun with these Uzis. You've got a regular size Uzi. I'm gonna take this micro Uzi, probably one of my favorite things from the 1970s. My least favorite thing, disco. So, are you ready to wreck this disco hole?
It's time to put the disco down.
All right, let's go. All right. Lock and load.
Here we go.
Engage. In fully automatic mode, the micro Uzi can fire more than 1,000 rounds a minute. For better aim and control, we're firing in semi-auto mode, just as Israeli commandos are trained to do. We've seen the accuracy of both the standard and micro Uzis in semi-auto mode, but a lightning-fast covert action can require full auto fire. Aaron's gonna test the micro Uzi in that scenario.
So, Will, what I'm going to demonstrate for you right now is what we refer to as the Israeli limited penetration entry technique. And what it enables us to do is move very, very quickly with a lot of intensity and aggressiveness while being able to get directly to the threat as quickly as possible. We have to shoot very, very accurately, so there has to be a lot of selectivity involved, which is why the Uzi ties into this very well. Also, with these walls right here, we want to use a round that's not going to penetrate and go through, and so the Uzi, particularly the 9x19mm round, a frangible variation of it, will allow us to be able to get a lot of ammo out relatively safely in conjunction with this technique very, very quickly.
I'm glad you brought up frangible ammunition because it's ammunition that is specifically designed to break apart so that it doesn't over-penetrate a target and go through walls into things that are possibly behind the walls, like teammates and other innocents. And we're big on that in the U.S. military as well, in a CQC or CQB environment.
We don't want to be putting holes into anything that doesn't deserve to have a hole put into it.
Exactly.
So we want to make sure that, that we're shooting very, very straight as quickly as possible while doing the maximum amount of damage with the minimum amount of damage to innocent lives.
The Mini Uzi is a perfect weapon for the Israeli method of hostage rescues. For this test, Aaron must confront an unknown number of terrorists holding a hostage, and it'll be his job to bring her out safely. I want to see the Israeli limited penetration technique in action. You're doing all the action, and I'm going to be following you with this camera just right there with you.
So you've got the camera, I've got the Israeli micro Uzi. Let's do it.
All right, man, that happened a lot faster than I thought it was going to. Very, very quick. So right off the bat, you open the door and you got these rounds. You know, this one guy standing here. You already have rounds on target. All of these are putting this guy out of the action. He is absolutely done. This target drops and you're moving very quickly down this hallway and you're engaging your second target from this doorway. From the doorway, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds on target, multiple shots. Again, this guy's out of the fight before he even realizes that his buddy's down in the hallway. You moved into the room,
you secured the hostage, and you were moving out before I even really realized that all the bad guys were down. Aaron's test run with the micro Uzi confirms its value in tight confines and close quarters combat. Few weapons boast the combination of firepower and maximum concealment offered by the micro Uzi. The most popular and widely used submachine gun for the past few decades has been the Heckler & Koch Machine Pistol 5. Over the years, the MP5 has been adopted by huge numbers of military and police forces, from FBI and SWAT to U.S. Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, even the Marine Corps. This is the submachine gun that I trained on as an Air Force pararescueman, and it continues to be state-of-the-art. The MP5 combines 21st century firepower with a sturdy, lightweight frame. It throws out a lot of lead at a very high rate, yet it weighs only 6 pounds. Firing on full auto with this weapon system is a lot of fun. Nice tight groups. I'm familiar with this, and it feels great back in my hands. The Uzi reigned supreme until Heckler & Koch pushed it aside in the mid-'60s with their superior MP5. Today, special ops units from around the world have adopted this German weapon as their own. Phil Singleton, former British Special Forces, is giving me the inside story of the legendary MP5.
This is the Rolls-Royce of submachine guns or any weapon in a pistol caliber. It is very, very simple to fire, very simple to operate. Anybody can shoot it. Its sighting system is very, very simple and very quick to get on target.
Now, these are all modern MP5s. They're different variations. Can you explain the differences to me?
Absolutely. This is the first one. This is the MP5, which every other model then was designed from. Nothing really has changed major in this. The main receiver is the same in each one of them. MP5 SD, this had a single job, to fire rounds suppressed, not to give away noise. Muzzle velocity, 1,200 feet per second on average round. With this, it'll bring it down to about 950, and of course 1,000 feet per second, anything that goes 1,000 feet per second breaks the sound barrier. So the first thing you're doing is you're getting away from that high-pitched crack, and of course, like a muffler on a car, you're going to get a very reduced bang.
But you will definitely still have some killing capability.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Because a gun will always make some noise, there's no such thing as a silencer. The device on this weapon is called a suppressor. It lets the bullet pass through, but traps enough explosive gas to reduce its velocity to below the speed of sound. Listen to the difference. That's PS for Phil Singleton. That's pretty amazing work right there. And I definitely heard the difference between this version and the SD version right there.
Absolutely.
I mean, that one was a lot more muted. It was something that you would want to use on a covert operation where you don't want to make as much noise.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's amazing. And great shooting, by the way.
But if you carry one of these, you know you're going home at the end of the day.
In countless special ops missions, the MP5 SD has proven it's the go-to weapon for a suppressed but deadly hit. So here's a little treat. We've all seen spy movies. What I've got here is a functional briefcase gun developed by Ancient Carthage. I've got a regular MP5 inside of this thing, nice and compact. It's held in with a series of mechanisms, and the trigger is actually actuated from this trigger handle up here. There's a safety built in. This thing will not go off unless I actuate this safety and engage the trigger. Down here, I've got a spot for an extra magazine. You know, this thing fits in like so that if I did have to, in the middle of my covert operation, you know, pull out my MP5 and use it a little bit more effectively, I've got a spare mag right there. Another cool thing is that all the brass ejects into the case and you carry it away from your objective with you. So you're not leaving behind any evidence. It's pretty awesome. All right, let's check it out, see how this thing fires. take my magazine, pop it into the magazine well. All right? That sucker's locked in. Let the bolt go forward. Now, this weapon is hot. I switched the selector lever to full auto, okay? Again, it will not fire unless I squeeze this trigger up here. Now I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's check it out. To test this gun, my challenge is to take out 2 robotic criminals without hitting any of the innocent bystanders. I got all my brass with me, and I can just walk away now. It's no surprise that target acquisition with the briefcase gun is more difficult than engaging from the hip or shoulder. But it makes up for that shortcoming with the element of surprise. For nearly 50 years, the MP5 has been one of the world's most respected submachine guns. But advances in cartridge technology have opened the door to a whole new class of automatic firearms, the personal defense weapon. Mike Cabrera, a former SWAT team operative, has the inside stats on the MP7A1, Agent K's 21st Century PDW.
What I like most about the HEK MP7A1 is the fact that it's a compact weapon system. It's very effective at long ranges. The MP7A1 is capable of hitting a target up to 300 meters away.
Like submachine guns, PDWs are compact, fully automatic, and carry high-capacity magazines. Some PDWs fire pistol rounds, while others use specialist ammunition developed for high accuracy and penetration. Case in point, the MP7 fires at more than twice the muzzle velocity as the MP5 and can send rounds up to twice as far. How would you define personal defense weapon?
Personal defense weapon to me would be something that I could carry covertly, that would have the power to take care of whatever I needed to take care of out in the field, but it's mainly for the protection of dignitaries, things of that nature. It's a much lighter system than the previous systems that we've had before, like the MP5. Much more effective, but its range is a lot longer than the MP5.
Well, let's go shoot this thing.
Let's do it.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
To put this feisty weapon to the ultimate test, the always willing BGT, ballistic gel torso. Keep your head down. Let's see if this car door made of steel offers any protection from the MP7 at 100 yards. All right, Mike, why don't you put a couple of bursts into that door? We'll see what happens.
Okay. I'm gonna try to go just to the right of that door handle.
Okay. Sounds good. Filming at 12,000 frames per second, our high-speed camera shows the slug breach the door and blow through the target's neck. A split second later, a second direct hit. The bullet's kinetic energy transfers to the head, causing massive trauma. So I'm seeing 1, 2, and they obviously penetrated the outer steel, so just coming around to this side, these are definitely your rounds here. So let's take a look at our ballistic gel target. I think there's actually
an entrance wound. There is. Right here, you can see it right here. Hits here.
Right.
Hits something on the inside and then ricochets and comes back down through here.
But when it hit that spine, it broke the spine. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And then, of course, the exit over here. So devastating either way, even through the car door. So yeah, bad day. I'm convinced the MP7's impressive 4.6 millimeter round is something you don't want coming at you.
even if you are behind a few layers of steel. The submachine gun is one of the most ferocious weapons of the 20th century, and its development redefined close quarters combat. Soldiers, gangsters, freedom fighters, cops. Anyone with a reason to use deadly force had a reason to like the submachine gun's portability and fearsome rate of fire. I fired several generations of submachine guns in preparation for our final test. Beginning with the first of the breed, the Thompson. The Second World War inspired a new class of lighter, less expensive submachine guns. I especially like the U.S. Army's M3 grease gun. The tiny nation of Israel led the post-war world with its innovative Uzi submachine guns.
Engage.
The micro Uzi is still used today by Israeli covert forces. Our lineup also included H&K's MP5, which I used as a pararescueman. It remains top of the line, one of the world's lightest and most advanced submachine guns. After firing submachine guns that changed the world, I'm ready to take a few of them with me into battle for one final test. Former Navy SEAL Jeff Reeves is back to brief me on the mission.
So Jeff, after all these tests, what do you have planned for the submachine guns?
Well, for your final submachine gun test, Will, we're gonna be working together as a submachine gun rifle tandem, just like the US did in World War II. Now, I've designed a multi-stage target course behind us, which represents a small enemy town in Europe, and you and I will be assaulting through it. Our mission is to neutralize 2 enemy officers, but they're inside a town guarded by 6 infantrymen. Now, you'll be laying down suppressive fire against the defenders using the World War II era submachine gun of your choice. Once you've taken out the front targets, I'll zero in on the smaller targets with my rifle. Our main objective is to kill the officers who are moving behind the cover of the buildings. They move pretty fast, so we'll have to be on our toes, and we only have 2 minutes to take out all of them, infantry and officers.
Now, if things get a little too hairy, I've got a secret contingency plan that I think we're both gonna love.
Okay, that sounds kind of interesting.
You're gonna love it.
But I mean, what about you? Now, you've shot all these different submachine guns. Which one is your favorite?
I'm gonna go with the M3 grease gun. It's a great weapon system, and just like back in the day, if I run out of ammo or have a problem with this, I'm just gonna look for a replacement submachine gun during the fight.
Me, myself, I'm gonna go with the M1 Garand rifle. It was a standard issue rifle at the time.
It's a good weapon.
All right, you ready?
Let's roll.
Ready, Will? Go!
I got a guy in the window. I chose the M3 grease gun because it just feels better for me. And then it has a slower rate of fire at only 450 rounds a minute. It's really easy to re-index those front sights back on the target.
Oh, when you see glass shatter and objects go flying, it feels great.
Target's down, I'm moving.
Move.
I'm out. In the heat of battle, you gotta be ready to grab any weapon system and use that thing effectively against your enemy. It doesn't matter if the weapon belonged to you or belonged to a bad guy.
Hitting moving targets is always a challenge. It requires a good amount of concentration.
You got him. When I transitioned to Thompson, I had a higher rate of fire at about 700 rounds a minute. It was even more effective blasting those closer targets. Target's down. We were down to just 1 infantry soldier,
and I could see Jeff working his way to take him out.
I'm out. How about you?
I'm out.
I got this last guy.
All right.
That last robot officer was getting away pretty quick. The Thompson and all these submachine guns do have a fairly limited range, so I kind of wanted to close with and destroy that target.
Nice shooting.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're down on the stress course, and I was saying, like, hey, don't worry, I got this one. You took off. I didn't realize this was your contingency plan.
It was a great opportunity to test out this weapon mounted on this platform. In World War II, of course, they thought that this was a great platform from which to employ this weapon. Turns out it was pretty nice, man. I didn't have to absorb any of the recoil with my body. The mount took all that. The motorcycle was moving forward, not an issue at all. This guy paid the price.
Your 45 rounds definitely penetrated right through the back, coming right through the chest, as you can see here. Took out his lungs, took out his spine.
So that was actually a really interesting course. I liked the ability to use different weapon systems while I was down there. I went from the M3 grease gun to the M1A1 Tommy gun, and that transition was really smooth. Of course, I had a different rate of fire for both weapon systems, a little bit slower on the grease gun.
Well, I wanted you to see how in World War II in the U.S., how they utilized the submachine gun and the rifle teams at the same time. Submachine guns were used for the short range, while they used the long rifle to take out the targets far away. I mean, max effective range on this weapon is 1,000 yards for a human-sized target. Good job.
Thank you very much. That was a fun challenge.
Like that stress course?
Yeah, it was pretty good, man. You ready to get out of here? You can ride on the back.
I'll run. I appreciate that, though.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's the heaviest hitter on the battlefield. With a punch so devastating, it's been known as the king of battle. That's right, I'm talking about artillery. Artillery's tipped the scales in some of history's most important battles and has evolved into today's fierce monster of war, the M777 Howitzer. We're firing everything from iron cannonballs to satellite-guided rounds. Fire the hole. Our sights are set. We've got serious destruction ahead. This is a howitzer, a weapon that changed the world. Nothing has shaped history more than the gun. I'm Will Willis, former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman. I've trained with modern weapons until firing them is second nature. Now, I'm out to master the greatest military firearms of all time and see how these weapons change the world. Fire! This is the M777 Howitzer, one of the most potent pieces of artillery in combat today. And yet it is a direct descendant of the simplest ancient cannon.
Fire mission! Fire mission! Turn! Deflection!
I've come to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, the home of the U.S. Army Field Artillery School, to learn all about how the age-old cannon has been transformed with 21st century technology.
Stand by! Fire!
And you can just see that sucker tracking across the sky. That's 100 pounds that you don't want to catch. That's pretty badass. The M777 Howitzer ranks among the most fearsome weapons deployed by the U.S. and its NATO allies. Few artillery pieces anywhere on the planet can match its power and punishing accuracy. This isn't your traditional point-and-shoot cannon that fires in a flat trajectory at targets in a direct line of sight. While a howitzer can be used for direct fire, its elevating barrel is specially designed for indirect fire. That means it can launch a round into a high trajectory and take out a target the gunnery crew can't see because of distance or terrain. That versatility pays off in mountainous combat zones such as Afghanistan. In the spring of 2010, soldiers stationed at this forward operating base in the Kunar province come under attack. Insurgents here have a history of using the cover of surrounding mountains to fire mortar rounds at the base. But this time, members of a U.S. airborne artillery unit, armed with M777 howitzers, fire back. They track the insurgents' position on the mountain, and in less than an hour, eliminate the threat.
The M777 fires a 155 millimeter projectile. 155 millimeters refers to the size of the bore, and the diameter of that is approximately 6 inches. And this thing weighs about 100 pounds.
Quadrant 421.
More than firepower sets the M777 apart from its predecessors. It's made from ultralight space-age materials. The benefit of these advances are not lost on its crew. Staff Sergeant Lee Turner earned a Purple Heart for injuries he sustained in Iraq. He now commands an M777 gunnery crew.
Do you think that the M777 has changed the way that artillery is employed in combat?
Yeah, I do believe so, because this weapon system weighs 9,000 pounds. It's made out of complete titanium. It's easily to be airshipped or airdropped into a combat situation up in the mountains of Afghanistan or anything like that, a rapidly deployed unit.
So you can actually take this, sling-load it underneath the helicopter, and move it to someplace else on the battlefield.
Exactly. This weapon can be airdropped from a helicopter or even from an airplane.
Once in position, a crew of 10 is needed to run it at peak efficiency. Many of them are trained at Fort Sill.
Okay, you guys, I know that this is a crew-served weapon. How much cohesion do you have to have within that unit to make this thing work?
I'd say a lot. It has to be like a well-oiled machine, honestly, with a section in order to get it operating at optimal levels.
Check, quadrant. 276. Check. Permission to hook up. Hook up.
If somebody's having an off day, can you live without them?
Every one of us is pretty much essentially trained to step in the event that one of the individuals falls out.
Deflection 3297. Deflection 3297.
What's the minimum number of personnel you need to operate this weapon system?
We could probably do it between 6 to 8 guys. I mean, we could do it with 6. It'd be a lot of work, but we could do it.
Fire!
Like all modern howitzers, the M777's primary mission is indirect fire. To successfully hit a target they can't see, howitzer crewmen rely on 2 other teams. The first is known as the forward observer. They're the eyes of the operation and work far from the howitzers, close to or behind enemy lines. For this training exercise, the forward observer post is 5 miles from the gun crew.
Direction 5950, over.
This is the observation platform, the position from which the forward observers actually spot and make adjustments to the impact of the rounds downrange.
1 sniper in the tree line, delay in effect, over.
The forward observer identifies the target, then assesses the accuracy of the rounds fired.
Delay in effect, 2 rounds. Target number Alpha Lima 120 break.
Lieutenant Brian McCord teaches forward observers what to expect in combat.
They're out there with the maneuver units, the armor guys, the infantry guys, and when trouble happens, they need to be ready with their maps, with their binoculars, and they need to know where they're at and where their targets are, and they need to quickly call for fire so we can get steel on target.
Is there any situation that you can think of where a forward observer isn't required and you could put artillery rounds downrange without those eyes?
You always need someone calling in those fires since it's an indirect fire system, somebody on the ground who knows where the target's at and where the civilians are so we can minimize our casualties.
Fire!
FDC, this is OP, address fire, over.
The forward observer radios its surveillance to the next team in the howitzer firing system.
Right now, we're outside of the Fire Direction Center.
Quadrant 284.
We're going to talk to Staff Sergeant Romero about the relationship between the forward observer, the Fire Direction Center, and the guns, and how they make all this work together to be effective.
The way it works, sir, the forward observer is going to call us down through the radio. He's going to give us a target description, a target location. With that information, we're going to process it here on our end.
The Fire Direction Center functions like a brain, interpreting data from the forward observer.
Okay, now this looks like something I could take into combat in like medieval times and hack somebody to death with. What are we looking at here?
This is what we tell the soldiers not to call the battle axe. This is actually a range deflection protractor. If we were to have a target right on this point, right, we will place our arm of the RDP next to that pin, and we're gonna extract the range to that target.
Specialized tools like the range deflection protractor and a graphical firing table were invented here at Fort Sill in the 1940s.
Grid 625.
In fact, the U.S. Army Artillery Branch is behind some of the biggest advances in mathematics over the past century. During World War II, the very first electronic computer, the ENIAC, was designed to calculate artillery firing tables. Today, fire direction teams are still taught to double-check coordinates from the computer by manually confirming each calculation.
We're kind of the middleman in the artillery world, and then that solution, we're gonna send it down to the guns.
The howitzer crew takes that information to set the elevation and adjust the charge in the round they're about to fire.
Verified, get up there.
Guided by the eyes and the brain, the howitzer is the fist, ready to make a heavy hit.
Stand by! Fire!
The forward observer notes where the round lands. Coordinates to adjust fire are given in 3 physical dimensions: left or right, range, and elevation.
Angle T, 1/600.
Computations account for wind speed, air temperature, and even the curvature and rotation of the Earth.
Collection 3240.
The modern howitzer's 3 teams work together to deliver punishing rounds on target.
But every feature of the M777, barrel, wheels, recoil management, breech loading, portability, everything is the result of a learning curve that dates back to ancient times.
Artillery is any weapon that launches large caliber projectiles at a distant enemy. Today's monsters of war were built on centuries of military deployment. But long before cannons were rocking the battlefield, slings and catapults were used to heave projectiles. By 1127, the Chinese were using gunpowder. The U.S. Army Artillery Museum has one of the largest collections of these weapon systems in the world.
Early black powder cannons were often very large, like this British big boy that was seized during the American Revolution. This one weighs approximately 5,000 pounds. Giants like these were often employed in forts, on ships, and in stationary siege positions during prolonged attacks on major cities and reinforced enemy positions.
A gun position built to batter at fortified walls was known as a battery, and the term is still used today for a group of guns. These early cannons were big, heavy, and hard to move. They couldn't even be turned to face an attack from their flanks. But a radical new weapon developed in Sweden during the 1600s would lead to the mobile artillery of today. Ancient weapons historian Dale Shin constructed a full-scale replica of this revolutionary cannon. Believe it or not, it's made with leather.
The Swedish leather cannon was a major development in artillery. It was very mobile, and it was an effective anti-personnel weapon that would devastate cavalry as it charged, and it would show up in places where you couldn't ever expect to see cannon.
Compared to other cannons of its era, what were the advantages of the Swedish leather cannon?
Well, you see, it's pretty lightweight. Probably weighs about 1/3 what a cast iron cannon would. 2 or 3 people, a crew, could move it easily about the battlefield. Not only that, you can knock it apart, put it in a cart, and you can take it anywhere.
At the heart of this cannon is a thin copper tube, reinforced with wrought iron. The core is wrapped in canvas and hemp, then covered with thick leather.
The Swedish king at the time was Gustavus Adolphus, and he developed this weapon to fire musket balls that would wreak devastation on field troops.
This made the ammo for this innovative gun another historic breakthrough.
It has 18 musket balls, and it's got the powder attached. This was the first time they used munitions that were made in a munitions factory for artillery.
So the soldiers aren't making these in between skirmishes?
Exactly.
Okay.
And because they didn't have to make it in the field, it increased your rate of fire dramatically.
Let's shoot one of these. What do you say?
Absolutely. I'm going to call powder, and you'll be bringing out a charge and putting it in the muzzle, and Clarence here will be using his implement to ram it down in the tube. Once the charge is set, I'll prick the cartridge with a vent pick so that it open up, and then I'll say quill.
And this is the quill here.
Right, that's a hollow goose quill filled with powder. Set it down in position.
Okay.
Take our lens stock, which we'll ignite it with at a safe distance because it'll probably roll on us a touch.
So it can take off down the hill, and we have to push it all the way back up.
Well, we have to get it back into position no matter what happens to it, so we
right.
can get our second shot off.
Okay.
And then we're going to be firing it at those musketeers over there.
Sounds great. There we go, right there. I think we'll hit them.
Just remember, if you hit one of those fellows, it'll likely pass through his body to get the guy behind him.
Our targets are based on the order of battle during the 1600s. Infantrymen often fired muskets in static formations.
Charge. Set your charge. Quill. Prepare to fire. Give. Fire.
I don't think we got any hits.
Must have gone over it.
That scared the hell out of me, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I knew it was coming, but it surprised me. I jumped.
Let's see what we did.
Got a low one down here on the leg. This guy's definitely out of the fight.
This is probably the lowest part of the pattern because I didn't see any dust get kicked up. Look at this fellow. He's got two right together in his head. You can't survive a wound like that.
We caught the middle man
Exactly.
in each rank. Should we have waited for these guys to be closer to us before we fired?
No, because we want to make sure that we get a second or even a third shot.
So all we really have to do is make an elevation adjustment?
Exactly.
All right, let's do it again.
Aim off this. Cascabel to training's the center of the bore.
That looks good.
Charge!
Charge!
That's your charge! Quill.
Quill.
Prepare to fire!
What do you think?
It's hard to say from this distance. I think we gotta go up and take a look.
All right. On this cat right here, you've got 1, 2, 3 rounds, tight pattern right here. Heart, lungs, aorta, and look down here.
Oh my.
He's got a fourth wound down here low, which is probably that same round that went through this guy's foot, came back and took this out here. This round went through the knee, came through here, caught this guy in the knee. These two cats here on the end, they're not hit, but they're definitely scared.
And they're gonna close ranks now, so we'll have a better target.
11 hits for 18 musket balls. Whether they were through multiple targets doesn't matter. 11 out of 18, that's a great percentage for a weapon that's so old.
And this is the first time a leather cannon has ever been fired on this continent.
Wow. The leather cannon is not the Swedes' only innovation. They're among the first to deploy the howitzer, another type of lightweight, highly mobile artillery. Howitzers were shorter-barreled weapons that were designed to fire an explosive shell at a steep angle. This howitzer, labeled Howitzer No. 1, was the first delivered to the Continental Army during the American Revolution. Weapons like this fueled the rise of one of the world's greatest masters of artillery, French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte. Bonaparte comes up through the ranks as an artillery officer. As a general, he uses a combination of direct-fire cannons and early howitzers that fire at angled trajectories for his spectacular victories. But in the epic battle at Waterloo,
The British, led by the Duke of Wellington, holds the high ground. A rainstorm turns Napoleon's lower position into a sprawling mudflat. Each time his cannons and howitzers fire, recoil drives them into the mud. Dragging them out takes time, slowing the offensive and dooming Napoleon to defeat. Artillery remains largely unchanged from Waterloo to the early years of the American Civil War. This 1841 model is one of the workhorses of the era.
That's pretty impressive.
Awesome. King of battle, huh?
Frank Siltman served in several artillery units before taking charge of Fort Sill's collection of howitzers and cannons.
The 6-pounder played a very important part in the Mexican-American War. Although outnumbered by the Mexican Army, the United States Army used artillery much to its advantage. Jump forward to the Civil War, the 1841 6-pounder was a predominant piece on the battlefield at the beginning of the war.
The 1841's relatively lightweight allows American commanders to use a new battlefield tactic.
It was used for the flying batteries that the U.S. developed to move around the battlefield so that artillery really was at the right place and the right time and influenced the battle.
So by flying, you meant that they could displace as needed throughout the battle?
Exactly.
A trained gunnery team could load and fire the 1841 in 20 seconds. They'd slow down to 30 seconds during a prolonged battle to keep the barrel from overheating. The 1841 is a direct fire cannon that launches rounds at more than 1,400 feet per second. The gunnery crew's primary target is the attacking infantry, and they have a choice of ammo, depending on combat conditions.
So 6-pound refers to the weight of the actual round itself?
Exactly. The tube weighs 884 pounds. The diameter of the bore for a 6-pounder is 3.67 inches. The types of ammunition it fired would have been solid shot. You have the 6-pound solid shot attached to a wooden sabot, and then 1 1/4 pound of black powder in a linen or cotton bag attached to it, so it's one piece of loaded ammo.
So on the back side here, all this in the back is powder?
Right.
Wow. And that's what kicks this thing out. 1,523 yards, right. Is that what you said it was?
The 1841 could also fire an iron ball filled with powder and shot that would explode over enemy forces.
So this is like the predecessor to like a cluster bomb or something like that?
Right.
And this was developed by whom?
Well, Henry Shrapnel, if you recognize the name, a British artillery officer in the 1700s, invented spherical case shot.
I never knew that shrapnel was a real person. I thought it was like a German word for mayhem. Okay, so now what are these exactly?
Well, this is a friction primer. This is the actual size of a friction primer, and this is how the gun is fired. This is a large example. It's filled with very fine powder, serrated wire that goes in, and this is like a striker inside the wire. And so as the lanyard is attached to the wire and they pull the lanyard, it's like striking a match, and it shoots the flame then down through the tube, through the primer vent, and right into the powder bag, igniting the powder. Fire!
Like most artillery, the 1841 is a crew-served weapon. The optimal team is 8, but in a pinch, 2 can keep it firing.
Ceasefire!
Harry Chappell commands the gunnery crew that fires Fort Sill's 6-pounder. Chappell served in an artillery unit in the Vietnam War and has offered to share his extensive knowledge to fit me into his crew.
You would be receiving the round. You must have a pair of gloves because this is black powder, it is corrosive. It also, those rounds may get hot.
I eat black powder for breakfast.
Well, you're my man then. We'll put you right in this thing.
Right here?
Yep, up against the axle.
Gotcha.
When he brings the bag up, he will open it up for you. You will take the round, turn that way, kind of clockwise.
Okay.
Insert it in the tube. Number 1 is going to seat it for you.
Is there a reason I turn this way and not this way?
It's in the book that way,
Oh,
counterclockwise. Over the tube.
The strict protocol is based on hard experience. Enemy snipers will target the powder bag knowing that a direct hit could cause a fatal blast. Turning counterclockwise keeps the load hidden as long as possible. That's also why the crewman brings the ammo in a leather pouch. It makes the round difficult to target. After the round is loaded, one crewman pierces the powder bag inside the barrel, and another inserts the friction primer. Then we wait for Harry's command.
Ready!
It's amazing. It was a lot louder than I thought it was going to be. Surprised the hell out of me.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it. That's exactly the way the crew did it.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go find some more cannons to fire. Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate you coming by.
At the start of the Civil War, the 1841 6-pounder is a critical battlefield asset. But radical advances in artillery would soon make this weapon hopelessly obsolete. By the 1870s, a new generation of super-efficient artillery rolls up to the front lines.
The next big advance in artillery was with recoil compensation. Guns like this French 75 utilized a dual-cylinder recoil management system. It absorbed the recoil of the weapon, placed it back into position, which allowed for a greater rate of fire.
These advanced features make artillery far more lethal. To prove it, armorer Rick Pullers is firing a wicked little weapon introduced by the U.S. Navy, the Driggs 1-pounder.
These were designed in 1885 to use against torpedo boats that were a huge problem at the time. But they were also used by landing parties when they went ashore to fight whatever enemy at the time.
With its extra-long 54-inch barrel, the Driggs 1-pounder was devastatingly accurate for up to 4,000 yards.
This is a slick-looking piece of artillery right here, and the first thing that I notice is that it doesn't look anything like Civil War-era artillery pieces I've been exposed to. What's different?
For one thing, we have a modern rifling. This is actually a gain twist, which means that it starts off slow and actually speeds up towards the end. It shoots a self-contained 37mm round. Remember, during the Civil War, they had to stuff them in from the front. Takes a long time.
Right.
With this, they just put it in the back, lock her up, and they're ready to go. The other thing is, during the Civil War, there was a huge amount of recoil. Take a gang of guys to reposition the gun and resight it. With this, we have a recoil mechanism that arrests the recoil on this gun. The whole unit stays in place. You can get back on target instantly.
Is this thing spring-loaded so it like absorbs the recoil and shoves it back forward?
There is a spring in there, but it's also filled up with hydraulic fluid. And there's a piston in there that arrests the recoil back, and the spring is really designed more to push it forward for superb accuracy.
And how big is the crew that mans this typically?
Generally a couple guys.
Could you do it by yourself?
Sure you could.
All right. Can I try it?
Knock yourself out.
All right, let's do this. Okay, the elevation is locked in.
Our first accuracy test will be to hit the white bullseye on each of these 3 targets. They're 200 yards away, well within the cannon's 2-mile range.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Fire in the hole. I think we were a little low on the shot, or maybe the bottom of the barrel, I don't know.
We used the Driggs iron sights to reposition on the second target and reload.
It's good to go. Fire in the hole. Oh! This is pretty impressive. I don't know if we hit the table with that shot.
No, we didn't. See, this one has a clear silhouette of the round.
Right here was where the round went in. All that kinetic energy got transferred into the water, and the hydrostatic shock of that round's velocity and mass entering that water just collapsed that table. But this is just annihilation and devastation.
If it was a boat, it'd be sinking.
Yeah, no kidding. Fire in the hole.
Next, we'll see if the recoil system can keep the cannon aimed without any adjustment between shots. Our target is a cinder block wall. The next shot should hit very close to the previous round. It's an almost perfect strike. Cannons and howitzers with recoil control can hammer an enemy repeatedly in one spot.
Is that enough damage for you?
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, that's great destructive power, great accuracy. Those rounds all went pretty much where we wanted them to, but I'm impressed.
These artillery advances triggered the arrival of the modern-day howitzer in World War I. Trench warfare demanded a weapon that could fire rounds at steep angles of descent. With their ever longer elevating barrels, howitzers rained shells by the millions on enemy positions, causing more casualties than any other weapon. The importance of artillery led the Germans to invent a new tactic, a forward observer, guiding indirect fire from howitzer systems at the rear.
They realized that getting these direct fire systems was putting them too close for comfort for a lot of the enemy lines. So they started developing these tactics where they would have guys in trenches with binoculars who would be able to call back to position so that they could pull the guns back.
Both sides realized the importance of artillery and deployed a variety of models in the hope of gaining a decisive edge. The French relied on this howitzer, in part because of its high rate of fire. A trained crew could launch one round every 30 seconds. It was also used by American forces who brought little artillery of their own. Although this German field gun was made a decade before the First World War, it was widely used for direct fire against enemy artillery. However, its slow rate of fire, one round every 2 minutes, eventually made it obsolete. This modest-looking direct-fire cannon was the backbone of British artillery forces during the First World War. It had an advantage over German field guns of its class, as it had a bigger bore. This combat veteran served during World War II as well. The famous arms maker Skoda Works was located in the Austro-Hungarian Empire when it built this 100mm howitzer. At the end of the Great War, Skoda Works was still making howitzers, but now in the newly created nation of Czechoslovakia. During World War II, howitzers continued to play a critical role, turning the tide in pivotal battles. And by then, the howitzers fielded by both sides were monstrous in size and destructive power. The M2 howitzer was the U.S. Army's standard heavy artillery piece during World War II. It was deadly accurate to 15 miles, and a trained crew could fire a round every minute and a half, the so-called steel rain. American soldiers rolled out the M115 when they wanted to fire a more powerful round. This howitzer had a larger bore and could launch 200-pound projectiles, twice as heavy as the M2 rounds. The trade-off was a shorter range. Germany fielded a similar howitzer, the Mercer 18. However, its bore was slightly bigger, and it could handle a heavier, even deadlier round. On the Eastern Front, German forces captured a number of these Soviet field guns. They liked them enough to spend time reboring the chamber of each piece, so it would fire German ammunition. The U.S. Army's most flexible artillery piece was a 75mm weapon called a pack howitzer. It was easily broken down and moved to remote combat zones. The pack howitzer demonstration team at Fort Sill is led by Iraq War veteran Dustin Rodriguez.
The pack howitzer, it saw service throughout World War II, even into the Korean War. There are certain countries, especially in South America and in Central Africa, that still use a 75mm pack howitzer today because it's still an effective indirect fire asset.
Now, what are the advantages of this particular weapon system?
The M1A1 75mm pack howitzer was adopted in 1927. 1, 2, 3, up. It had major advantages because it could be broken down into 7 major components and put on mules. So the mules could carry it over rough terrain. Maybe you couldn't get a vehicle in, but you could get pack mules in. Another advantage is 3 soldiers can move this piece into position.
How long do you think it would be before they could put their first shot downrange?
A well-trained team could do it in under 5 minutes.
Okay. So what type of ammunition do we use in this howitzer?
The M48 high explosive round. It has a large explosive charge inside and shrapnel.
Gunners customize each round by putting in just enough charge for it to reach the target.
Charge 1 through 4. And in part of the fire command from the chief, he'll tell you the round, high explosive,
charge 3. So if he said charge 3, the ammo guy will pull the first charge off, which is 4, put that charge back in, seat the projectile back in the shell case. It's ready to go.
That beats hauling around tons of self-contained rounds, each useful for only one distance. When an ace crew gets warmed up, they can put a round down range every 10 seconds.
Fire.
When it has all 4 charges on board, this unassuming howitzer can throw a 35-pound shell more than 5 miles. That shell will hit its target in 23 seconds.
You're looking at a 40 to 45-yard kill radius, and then out another 20 yards for injury radius.
Even the pressure wave generated by these things, very damaging. Even if you don't get hit directly by shrapnel, now you're talking about a lot of traumatic brain injury and what they called back in the day shell shock.
Right, up.
By the 1950s, the U.S. Army had retired the pack howitzer from service. But the U.S. military has a 21st century mobile howitzer that more than fills its shoes. The 105mm M119, a precision long-distance howitzer built to move.
Fire mission, 1 round, shell at G, charge 7, fuse PD deflection, 3293. 3293. Quarter 331. 331. 6-7 to the rear, stand by, fire.
The M119 needs a crew of 7 to fire at peak efficiency. Many of them train at Fort Sill.
Soldiers from the 2-2 Field Artillery, the Big Deuce, conduct their training here. And in the process, they fire an average of 164 shells a day. That's more than any other artillery unit anywhere in the world.
Staff Sergeant Nicholas Vosey was part of a howitzer crew during Operation Iraqi Freedom.
The M119 howitzer is probably the most mobile piece that we have in our arsenal. It's easily airdropped or airlifted into any operation.
I see some computer equipment or some electronic equipment. How heavily does this particular system rely on computers for its firing data?
Really, this piece would probably use the least amount of electronic data. We have some just to make things easy, but we could easily shoot with no electrical data. Max rate of fire is 8 rounds a minute for the first 3 minutes. The sustained rate of fire is 3 rounds a minute for 30 minutes.
Why do you have that max rate of fire? I mean, shouldn't you be able just to put rounds down range as fast as you possibly can?
Well, the more rounds you start putting and shooting, you could actually have a tube explode or problems with the tube. That's the max rate of fire before stuff starts going wrong.
Catastrophic destruction of property.
6-7 rear, stand by, fire.
The M119 is valued for its maneuverability. Others, like the M777, can fire powerful rounds even longer distances. But what if you could combine the two?
A self-propelled piece of artillery offers the ultimate in mobility. It drives itself to the battlefield. I'm standing next to one of 3 T-162 self-propelled howitzers. Why were there only 3? Because the T-162 only got part of the equation right. It moved under its own steam, but it was still too heavy and cumbersome to be employed effectively.
Other self-propelled howitzers have proven to be essential tools in the artilleryman's arsenal. The U.S. military deployed them in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. During the 1960s, it launched its current M109 series. Today, the M109 A6 Paladin is the U.S. Army's most advanced self-propelled howitzer. It's light enough to move quickly, yet powerful enough to heave 100-pound projectiles 18 miles downrange. The Paladin's mobility is a defensive as well as offensive asset.
The Paladin has a max speed of about 38 miles an hour, and being a self-propelled howitzer, it has the ability to avoid enemy battery fire using shoot and move procedures. Now, it has to stop in order to engage, but within 60 seconds of stopping, it can have rounds on target downrange.
The Paladin's speed and maneuverability start with its big turbocharged diesel engine. It can pull itself up a steep 60% grade and travel nearly 200 miles on a full tank of fuel. The Paladin fires a 155mm round and can elevate its barrel more than 70 degrees for accurate indirect fire. First introduced in 1994, the M109 A6 Paladin proves itself as a vital combat element during the invasion of Iraq. It takes a four-man team to drive and fire an M109 Paladin. Staff Sergeant Jesus Rivera commands the crew in this howitzer.
What makes it different than a tank is that it can't shoot on the move. The tube's too heavy, hydraulics come into play. You can't do that. This system is made for indirect fire. We have the capability to do direct fire, but it's not that accurate like a tank would be.
Get ready, let's go, get another one ready. Come on, come on.
Being that it's a self-propelled howitzer, we could go ahead and we could shoot and move faster than the other pieces can.
So what is the maximum rate of fire for this particular operating system?
4 rounds a minute for the first 3 minutes, and 1 round each additional minute.
So that you don't overheat the barrel and shatter the barrel.
Roger.
So I see that we have rifling all the way up the barrel of that.
It looks like rifling, but in the artillery world, it's called lands and grooves.
Lands and grooves, okay.
And it puts that spin on the bullet to travel further.
Fire mission! Fire mission!
The crew loads each 100-pound projectile into the breech. Then the Paladin's robotic arm pushes it into the barrel. All it takes is 1 pull on the lanyard, and the Paladin fires the round at a blazing 900 miles an hour.
And this whole thing just rocks. That round just lifts this whole apparatus up. The entire Paladin, tracks, everything just come up off the ground. It's unbelievable. This guy must have done 10 100-pound deadlifts with a non-uniform weighted projectile. You gotta have that hydraulic arm to shove it into place.
In today's combat zones, insurgents often take refuge in the middle of civilian populations. In these high-stakes missions, M109 crews load up the M982 Excalibur projectile. It looks like an ordinary round from the outside. But this $100,000 projectile is a marvel of weapons engineering. Fins deploy from the shell soon after it's fired. Each Excalibur has an onboard electronic guidance system that steers itself using GPS data. The Excalibur makes a near vertical descent to minimize collateral damage. The round hits its target with surgical precision. The Paladin is a 21st century combat beast, but it has one throwback to the earliest artillery. The projectile, propellant, and primer are still loaded separately. This allows the gunner to load the exact amount of propellant necessary to reach the target, whether it's 5 or 20 miles away.
From muzzle brake to breech, tracks to turret, the M109 Alpha 6 Paladin represents 64,000 pounds of pure war power. It's got a 100-pound projectile fired downrange by a very large explosive charge. All that would be useless without this. It's about a 3-ounce primer that ignites that entire destructive power. Unbelievable.
The Howitzer's awesome ability to zero in on enemy targets miles away has made it the king of the battlefield. My search for its origins has taken me through 400 years of history, from the groundbreaking leather cannon to classic field artillery, and the first guns to solve the problem of recoil. These combat pioneers gave way to long-range howitzers fired in both world wars and in combat zones today.
Fire.
I've also encountered a few artillery pieces that didn't make it into the military arsenal.
During the depths of the Cold War, the United States rolled out this giant. Even today, it is the largest wheeled artillery piece on the planet. The barrel alone is over 40 feet long. In May of 1953, one of these launched a nuclear warhead in a Nevada test site. It was 15 kilotons, and it is the first nuclear device ever fired from a cannon. The M65 never saw combat,
And in 1963, she was decommissioned, but she's still affectionately known as Atomic Annie.
One of the most classic pieces of artillery to ever see action is the 105mm howitzer that served in the Second World War. This battlefield workhorse hurled high explosive shells at targets up to 7 miles away. Because its barrel could be elevated 65 degrees, this howitzer was able to lob shells onto targets that a cannon would overshoot. This reliable combat veteran served even after World War II, when it was known as the M101.
Now's my chance to fire one of these bad boys. My job, forward observer. I'm told that there's a target out there that needs to be taken out of its misery. Now, once I locate the target, I'll have to communicate its coordinates back to the fire team.
To help me in a final test of the howitzer's capabilities, Armorer Rick Pullers and Assistant Gunner John Tetzloff will be my fire team.
Well, it's filled with TNT. It's about 35 pounds of steel. This is a lot of metal to be slinging around the neighborhood.
How many people does it take to operate this weapon system?
Anywhere from 7 or 8.
And is everybody trained in everybody else's job?
Of course they are.
So if one guy goes down, you could still...
You got to step in, and it would frequently happen.
Okay. What's the minimum number of people you could operate this piece of artillery with?
Well, I hear tell of guys that were awarded high honors doing it single-handed.
Nice. Can you show me how to load it?
Okay. Place it in here. Ball your fist up like this, because when we ram it home, you don't want your fingers caught. Well, why don't you go close the breech for me while we're at this?
Okay.
I'm gonna ram it home.
All right.
We have to be fast. This is why we don't use fingers, we only use a closed fist.
Okay.
Let her rip.
Ready?
Very nice.
All right, well, let's let her rip on a target downrange. What do you say?
Okay.
All right. I'll be calling you.
We've set up our test on a sprawling Southern California canyon. The target is placed somewhere over the mountain, out of sight of the howitzer.
In most combat situations with field artillery pieces like the howitzer, the fire team can't actually see the target that they're engaging because of terrain or distances. That's where a forward observer comes into play to call for that indirect fire. Now, the maximum range of the M101 is 7 miles. So I'm thinking that just over this hill is going to be a great spot for an OP, or observation position. And look at that, there's the target. Romeo Kilo, this is Whiskey, fire mission.
Location 8739er65, forward 2.
Vehicle in the open, how copy?
Roger that. Fire!
Romeo
Kilo, this is Whiskey, left 200.
Drop 200, over.
Roger that. Fire!
All right, that's right in it. Romeo Kilo, this is Whiskey.
Drop 50, fire for effect.
Roger that. Fire!
Oh! That was amazing. Oh my God. Romeo Kilo, this is Whiskey.
Target destroyed. Good job, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Whiskey out. It's amazing. Oh my gosh. That is firepower right there. Meet an infantry soldier's best friend, the assault rifle. It's lightweight, easy to load, and rapid fires like nobody's business. No assault rifle is as feared as this one. It's the Russian AK-47, and it has the highest body count of any firearm in history. The AK revolutionized the world. Since its explosive Cold War debut, the rest of the world has attempted to match and surpass it. Now we're pitting the AK against the best rifles of the West. Go! In a series of head-to-head tests to determine today's ultimate combat weapon. This is the assault rifle. Nothing has shaped history more than the gun. I'm Will Willis, former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman. I've trained with modern weapons until firing them is second nature. Now, I'm out to master the greatest military firearms of all time. And see how these weapons change the world. No firearm is more feared and misunderstood than the assault rifle. It's the primary weapon carried by most soldiers today. Effective in almost any environment, from desert expanses to urban combat zones. The effectiveness of the assault rifle was demonstrated once again in SEAL Team 6's mission to hunt down the world's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden. A decade after the September 11th attacks, coalition forces tracked bin Laden to a secret compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. On May 1st, 2011, 2 teams of elite Navy SEALs armed with assault rifles infiltrate the hideout. Bin Laden's courier leaves his guest house armed with an AK-47. At the same time, the 2nd SEAL team places charges on the main building. Inside, they sweep the house. One of bin Laden's sons confronts them. The SEALs quickly move toward a door on the top floor of the house. Inside, bin Laden, a daughter and one of his many wives. 2 precision shots. And the mission is complete. The SEAL's weapon of choice was reported to be the Heckler & Koch 416, a high-tech, modern-day version of a classic weapon that dates back nearly 70 years, the assault rifle. But even a weapon as high-speed and modern as this one got its inspiration from a forerunner. And when it comes to assault rifles, none casts a longer shadow than the AK-47. The AK-47 is the world's most recognizable assault rifle. It's rugged and easy to use. Armies and rebel forces have been using it for the last 60 years. And it's said that so many countries manufacture it that there are nearly 100 million in circulation today. Osama bin Laden himself carried the AK. And it's the main weapon for Taliban and Al-Qaeda forces in Afghanistan. In 2001, when coalition forces first hunted bin Laden, they chased Al-Qaeda fighters into an underground network of twisting caves and tunnels. In blistering firefights between 2 classes of assault rifles, the 60-year-old AK-47 still proves deadly. Even though they have a wide range of assault rifles to choose from, going hot, AK-47 users are sticking to their guns, and I want to see why. It's made out of stamped steel, wood, makes it heavy, about 12 pounds, which is about the same weight as the M1. Fires a 7.62 round, larger caliber round, a lot more knockdown power, similar muzzle velocity to an M4. Other than the weight, I really like it. To find out more about the AK, I'm meeting with Dmitry Marinov, who served in the Bulgarian army during the Cold War.
What I like about the AK-47 is the simplicity. It's the easiest weapon to maintain, the weapon that will always shoot, no matter what.
Now, you were part of an intel unit in the Bulgarian army when it was still under the Soviet military regime.
Yes, I was drafted when I was 18 years old. During the Soviet era, it was mandatory. In fact, I failed to show on my report date. So they came the very next morning into my house, handcuffed me, and packed me off.
They weren't messing around.
No.
So, can you tell me a little bit about the origins of the AK-47?
Yes, believe it or not, Mikhail Kalashnikov, he was a Red Army soldier, but he was never trained to build weapons. He was, in fact, tank mechanic. And he started drafting and sketching some ideas for new assault rifle during recovery of a heavy wounds which he received during a fight with the Germans in 1941.
Now, he had actually seen weapons fail in combat conditions and during the rough Russian winters. So he knew that there was a need for a weapon that was simple, rugged, and reliable.
Absolutely correct. When you pull the trigger on the AK, the hammer slams against the firing pin and detonates the round in the chamber. Firing off the round creates gas in the barrel that shoves a piston backwards. The piston nudges the bolt carrier to the rear. That's what kicks the used shell casing out of the rifle and loads a fresh round in the chamber.
One of the keys to the AK's ruggedness is that it has only 8 parts.
That's correct. Let me show you. Полнитель.
Magazine.
Предпазник.
Dust cover.
Отбивна пружина.
Recoil spring.
You have 2 parts here. Buoyant cylinder.
Bolt carrier.
Подбой.
Bolt.
Газова камера.
Gas tube.
And finally, shumpel.
Cleaning rod, lower receiver. It's made of wood and steel, and all assembled, it's pretty heavy at 12 pounds.
Even so, delivers pretty deadly punch, although it's not the most accurate assault rifle.
Well, I'm excited to see what it can do.
To put the AK to the test, Demeter and I will race to assemble its 8 parts, then see how well it takes out a few choice targets.
So, Demeter, what's the maximum effective range of this weapon?
Would be about 350 to 400 meters.
Okay. Well, we've got some targets over here at about 60 meters away. Should be no problem.
Not at all.
All right, you
Are
ready
you ready,
to do
Will?
this?
Let's put it together.
The AK-47 is a proven killer, but this test will demonstrate the horrific ballistic effect of its 7.62 round, which tumbles on impact. If you think of the clay as soft tissue, the water is blood, and the cinder block is bone, you can imagine how much damage the AK-47 can do.
Clear, clear. Check it out.
That was a good one.
I guess total mayhem and destruction is kind of what you want to see with this weapon system.
That's what it is. The power of AK-47. That's what it can do.
Nice.
Here.
Yeah, you got the small entrance on here. This clay expands, larger exit on the backside, and then, you know, the cinder block is nothing, which is what you would expect to see from that 7.62 round.
It's a great weapon with great power, but when it comes to precision, you need a good training for that baby.
When the AK was introduced in 1947, other armies were still using semi-automatic rifles. For the U.S. Army, the standard issue weapon was the M1 Garand, known as the rifle that won World War II.
Now, the M1 uses an 8-round clip and the AK a 30-round magazine. So if you're fighting in an urban environment, say from house to house, things are a little lopsided.
If you're using one-shot bolt-action rifle, even this semi-automatic, you are definitely disadvantaged.
But does the AK-47 really have an edge over the M1 when fighting in an urban combat zone?
What do you say we take a look at the differences?
I'm way ahead of you, Will. What I've done for you, Will, right now, I set up 4 stations, zigzag course. 100, 75, 50, and 25 yards. All you have to do, run as fast as you can to each station and hit the corresponding target. How's that sound?
Sounds great. I'm excited to see how you were trained to do it. You're going to use the Kalashnikov. gonna be timing you, so now you're under the gun, and then I'm gonna follow you using the M1 Garand.
Sounds great.
All right, it's on.
Time to see how these two game changers compare.
Demeter, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Ready, set, go. All right, here we go. Moving up to the first obstacle, tippy toe. There we go, first round's on. Moving out to the second target, through the car door. Not very accurate. Oh, there we go. Now he's pinging him. Look at him go. He's moving. Able to get really close to those barriers. One of the benefits of that shorter weapon system. From the knees. He's really starting to ping away now. Moving up to the wall. Right against the wall. More rounds on target. He's not moving very steady, but he's spitting out rounds. Looks like 47 seconds to complete the entire course. Most of the rounds on target. Good job. Okay, what do you got over there?
Well, I got 1 and 2 on peripheral.
All right, and on the 75-meter target, we've got 1, 2, 3 rounds on target there. And then over here on the 50, I think you only fired 3 rounds, and all 3 rounds are on target.
That's right.
By the time you reach the 25-yard mark, I think the adrenaline rush and getting winded got the better of you.
My whole air was out, my body was shaking, and here we go. That's the result.
Yeah, and that's why we have these rounds high up here.
Yeah.
Whenever you get winded, you got to control that breathing. It changes the elevation of your round strike. So let's see how I do on this same test with the M1 Garand.
Can't wait to see that one.
Okay.
Let's go.
Will, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Go.
Safe, moving.
100, very good job, Will.
Safe, moving. Safe, moving.
50, that was a good one.
Malfunction. Come on, baby.
Great work, Will. 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Yeah, I had a little malfunction over there behind the wall. I had a failure to feed, so it slowed me up quite a bit. But I think I did okay, considering.
Well, let's see. What we got on the 100?
Well, from the 100, I got 4 rounds on target. These top 2 from the position at the 100.
Let's look at the 75. You have a great one right here.
The kneeling position is a really stable position. I had a great round center mass.
Great. And look at the 50.
What's missing here is that 4th round, and when I was on the move, I could have thrown that round left or right. This possibly, this high target was probably that.
That's right. And here is the 25, the closest range now.
Now at the 25,
that's where you got the malfunction.
I shot 1 from the standing, had the malfunction, and then I peeked back out, got another round off. I changed magazines again.
That's right.
And then when I stood up to move, 1 round here, and I threw that round. All in all, a lot slower than your time, but I think as far as accuracy goes and engaging at distance, we've proven the M1 Garand is a better weapon, but for a close quarters battle type environment, the AK is the way to go.
Of the estimated 500 million firearms around the world, 1 out of every 5 comes from the AK family.
The AK-47 wasn't the first assault rifle around. The granddaddy of them all was actually a German-made weapon from World War II, the Sturmgewehr 44. To help me appreciate the original, I brought in German weapons historian Zan Sukor.
Sturmgewehr was the original assault rifle, and if you translate Sturm, that means to storm an enemy position. Gewehr is a rifle, so you have the storming rifle, and the way we translate that in English is assault rifle.
So Zan, is it true that this game-changing weapon almost died on the drawing board, and that to get it out to the troops, the weapons designers actually had to pull a fast one on Adolf Hitler himself?
That's completely true, actually. The Sturmgewehr 44 was originally developed in 1942, and it was designated the MKB 42. MKB standing for Maschinenkarabiner, which is German for machine carbine. That was actually on a list of weapons that Hitler had forbidden because they required the non-standard caliber cartridge. So what the designers did was they simply changed the name, and the original marking was MP for machine pistol, and that was on a list of weapons that could be developed. Then in 1943, Hitler was visiting his generals on the Eastern Front and asked them, what do you need in order to achieve victory in Russia? And one of the generals raised his voice and said, we need more of these new rifles. And of course, they had hidden the project from Hitler the entire time, and he was initially very angry about this, but they had him test fire it, and he was very impressed. He ordered it into production that same year, and in December of 1943, he named it the Sturmgewehr.
A prototype of the STG-44 helped German soldiers hold off the Red Army in Russia during World War II. But it wasn't deployed in large numbers until the end of the war. Some historians believe that if the rifle had appeared earlier, the Germans might have defeated Russia and changed the course of history.
The Sturmgewehr, it didn't just appear out of thin air.
No, of course not. Actually, we have over here two weapons that led to the development of the Sturmgewehr. The first of which was the Mauser 98K rifle. That was the standard issue weapon for the German infantrymen. High velocity, very accurate, but it is heavy. It has a 5-round internal magazine.
And it's bolt action.
Exactly, it's quite slow. If you come up against entire units armed with submachine guns, you're not going to have a very good chance with this kind of weapon. Subsequently, they developed the Gewehr 43. It is lighter than the 98K, and it has a 10-round clip, and it is semi-automatic. So you can have a fighting chance if you're, in an urban environment and going around squeezing off round after round. The problem with the Gewehr 43 was that it was mechanically very complicated and jammed actually quite frequently.
Which of course led to the development of the world's first true assault rifle.
Correct.
Early German versions of a one-man machine gun failed because the powerful 8x57 round produced uncontrollable recoil during automatic fire. Designers solved that problem with a round halfway between a rifle cartridge and pistol ammunition. The STG-44 fires a 7.92 by 33 millimeter cartridge, said to maintain precision in full automatic mode.
To see how big and advanced the STG is, we're gonna test it against these other German rifles. Are you ready?
Let's go do some shooting.
Let's make it happen.
All right.
All right, Zan, we've set up 6 targets downrange. The top 3 are yours. You're gonna engage from the left to the right.
Okay.
All right.
First up, the Mauser 98K. The change from bolt action to full auto fire took place over the course of 50 years. While these early rifles are very accurate, their length and weight make them unwieldy for many combat situations. On to the Gewehr 43.
Way low and left. Well, that was terrible.
The move from bolt action to semi-automatic allowed soldiers in the field to maintain their aim while getting off several shots. But these early versions were prone to malfunctions.
Another reason Germany lost.
And finally, the STG-44. The rugged, compact design of the STG-44 was a breakthrough in weapons development.
There it is. That's a hit. Great shooting, man. Good job.
It represents the birth of the assault rifle.
Let's take a look at what we got.
All right, the first is the K98 bolt-action rifle.
I found that weapon is really heavy. Really heavy, which makes that front sight want to dip down. And you got a low shot here. I was trying to overcompensate on my front shot. And then, we both came in and dinged the target, made adjustments on the fly. It's really nice. Next weapon.
Gewehr 43, a G43.
An equally heavy weapon system to the bolt action.
I found so, yes.
Okay.
And
yeah.
you know, I got to say it was actually a relief to get to the Sturmgewehr. It felt like it had a much smoother action to it.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. The one problem that I did notice with this is that it's got a sight that is about 3 inches above the barrel. We can see the point of aim and point of impact problem demonstrated right here. You're aiming here, but your round's hitting down here. I think once you made that adjustment, your round's impacting here. And then I was just teasing the target for a while before I actually dinged it. It looks like 1, 2, 3 times.
I can imagine being a soldier and being in a combat situation. You definitely don't want to have a rifle that's heavy and difficult to aim.
It's basically an evolution from, you know, this bolt-action weapon all the way up to the Sturmgewehr.
But just how devastating is the first assault rifle?
Okay, to test the effectiveness of the STG-44, we've got a mock-up street. I'm gonna engage targets at each station and on the move, finishing at a motorized torso target. I have to hit that target before it hides behind that wall over there. What's this called again?
Sturmgewehr 44.
That's just fun to say. You got the time?
I do.
All right, let's do it.
Rock and roll. Ready.
Going hot.
Go!
With this new breed of weapon, soldiers could lay down a full magazine of automatic suppressive fire in seconds. It's quick and easy to reload, and switching back to semi-automatic mode gives you the precision you need in a rifle. The intermediate cartridge maintains the power of a rifle up to 300 yards. One final target and this test is done.
Clear.
Nice shooting, Will.
Check it out. Clear weapon. Thanks.
Okay. I think you got him.
This is an effective weapon. Because the round's so short, the recoil is nice and short as well, which makes it easy to control any kind of muzzle flip or anything like that. You can reassess your targets very easily, and it worked out real well. So typically, where would this weapon be employed?
When the Germans invaded Russia, what they noticed was that they were up against entire Russian units that were all outfitted with a PPSH, which had a 70-round drum and fired, 800 rounds a minute, and it was very easy to maintain. And you go up against that with bolt-action rifles, you're dead.
So what you have is a necessity-based evolution into an automatic weapon.
Exactly right.
The STG-44 struck fear into all those who faced it. And we still feel its impact today. Once the Russians saw the STG, they raced to develop their own assault rifle. This effort ultimately resulted in Kalashnikov's groundbreaking AK-47 design. That, in turn, forced America to join the arms race with an assault rifle of its own. When American troops went into Vietnam in the early 1960s, they carried a rifle called the M14. I've brought in a 20-year Navy veteran to show us how it works. Former Navy SEAL Rob Roy is an expert on powerful weapons like this one.
Because it's been around since 1960, it's a really effective weapon that people like to have. It's, a 7.62, and if someone's running from you, I call it a zombie killer.
Great shooting. You've been well trained.
As you can see.
The M14 was the U.S. military's first attempt at an assault rifle, is that correct?
That is correct. It replaced the M1 Garand.
And from muzzle to buttstock, what's different about this weapon?
Well, there's a few features that are different that make it great. We start off with here is a lot longer barrel, allows you to reach out and touch someone at about 800 meters.
Like the AK-47, the M14 is gas-operated and fires from the closed bolt position, but it uses the NATO 7.62 standard rifle ammunition. Each bullet is about 2 inches long, giving the M14 greater range and penetrating power.
The second thing you have on here is a new gas piston in here. It allows you to shoot fully automatic with it. That's a big thing for the U.S. forces. They wanted a fully automatic weapon.
Well, because if you have full automatic capability throughout your squad, one guy can suppress the target while one guy moves, and then full auto and another guy moves if needed.
Right. The cool thing about this is that it carries more rounds than the Garand did. This carries 20 rounds. For this particular weapon, it's quick reload. You just pull the box magazine out, boom, jam it in there, and you're on it.
Nice. And what about the weight of this entire weapon system? What are we looking at?
And this is wood. You know, just like the AK, it's built from materials I had during that time frame. This weapon system itself, with the magazine, it weighs about 11 pounds.
The M14 was the standard issue rifle for American soldiers at the start of the Vietnam War, where it went head-to-head against the AK-47. The M14 was accurate, but some felt its length and weight was not suited for jungle combat. But the M14's story doesn't end there. Today's version has been upgraded with 21st century technology.
This is called the SOCOM 16.
Okay.
This little baby is new and improved M14. They're pretty much the same weapon with new technology.
Perhaps the most important advance is the sighting system. Earlier rifles have iron sights. A metal post or fin sits on the muzzle, and a small notched metal plate sits on the breech. When the two line up, the weapon is aimed. Iron sights aren't known for precision. Modern weapons like Rob Roy's high-speed M14 use optics for accurate target acquisition.
Let's talk about what it's constructed of, the actual materials. Now here, I've got a wood stock all the way through.
Right, and this one here is a man-made material. And what it allows you to do is take off weight. Even though I have a lot of attachments on it, it's still about a pound lighter than this particular weapon.
Right.
The shorter barrel allows me to go into rooms and clear rooms with it. Now, is it the perfect CQB weapon? Depends who's holding it.
Well, I've set up a little challenge for us.
Okay.
Okay? You're gonna use your M14. I'm gonna use this AK. All right, I'm gonna be using iron sights. You got the loopholed scope. I'm firing 7.62 by 39. You've got 7.62 by 51.
Right, and you got 30 rounds and I have 20.
I think the advantage is all me.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay, Rob, so what I've come up with now is a simulated combat scenario. We're gonna be firing from this foxhole position, shooting moving targets, as you can see, all right? They're coconuts on a string. I'm gonna be using the AK-47. You're gonna use the updated version of the M14. See how we do.
All right, it's gonna be difficult, but I'm looking forward to it.
All right. All right, you ready? Way more high speed than I would.
Yeah.
All right, logging and loading. Going hot. Hot, gotcha. All right. That one hit?
Yep, you're in there.
All right.
You're punching a hole through it, but it's not dropping.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Hard to pick that up with those iron sights.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like I'm on. Ah, that's it.
Well, it's those short rounds, man.
Yeah. So, how many hits was that?
I think you got a couple of hits out of that.
Just 2 hits?
Yeah.
I'm pretty disappointed overall, but I mean, 2 hits out of 30 rounds, not my best performance. So let's see what you got.
All right. Well, little bit of an upgrade.
All right.
Got the got a 2-power scope on it. We'll see what I can do. You know? The only thing
scope doesn't help at all.
Lock and load it.
All right, fire when ready.
Yeah, they are moving pretty good.
Oh, yeah. There's a hit. Good to go. All right, there's 2 on the ground right there. Hit them. Nice. Nice. Well done.
Good.
Jeez. Dude. 5 rounds, 5 hits. I think I hate you.
It's all the optics, man.
You think it had something to do with knockdown power? Because I noticed your coconuts exploded and mine just kind of, you know, weren't into it.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with the round. You know, it's kind of like a 45 round versus a 9mm.
So you had a lot more energy behind your round, just blew that coconut apart.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was beautiful.
Well.
And ugly at the same time. I'll take ugly. You can be beautiful. But great job. What do you say we claw our way out of here?
All right, let's do it.
Because the original M14 fired such a heavy cartridge, U.S. soldiers couldn't carry enough ammo to match the AK-47 round for round. The U.S. Army needed a more portable rifle for its troops. In 1963, they began phasing in a new one, the M16. Based on the Armalite AR-15, the original M16 is gas-operated and features selective fire, semi-automatic or fully automatic. This is later modified to allow for a 3-round burst.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the differences between these two weapon systems. Unlike the AK-47, the M16 is not constructed of steel and wood. It's actually lightweight aluminum and plastic.
Plastic, that sounds like a dirty word when you say it, but what they did was they wanted to make it as light as possible for the troops that were actually going to combat.
Right, and it makes it about 3 pounds lighter than the AK, which doesn't seem like much, but over time and distance, that stuff adds up. So I noticed that this one has a knob on the side of it, right here on the right side, also known as a brass deflector.
So yeah, this has a deflector that stops a round from, or brass, from hitting the person in the face. So I can shoot it left-handed or shoot it right-handed, no problem at all.
To test the accuracy of the M16, we're going to put it through a night fire exercise.
Okay, down here, we've got some strobe lights set up. Imagine that you're a soldier in the jungles of Vietnam and the only thing that you can see are the enemy muzzle flashes. Can you engage the bad guys before they displace to another position?
There's like 10, 15 of those targets down there.
Well, there's 2 of us, 10 of them. Okay. I think it's equal.
From the foxhole. All right, man, let's do it.
We'll have 20 seconds to take them all out.
Ready?
Yep. Rock and roll.
3, 2, 1, engage. Nice, nice.
Bad guys are all gone?
Well, hot diggity dog, dude.
There you go, dude.
You know, once that dust kicked up, it actually got a lot easier, I felt like.
We could focus on the target just to lighten out all the stuff in the background. I guess that's what they did over, in Vietnam and those areas.
Yeah. I mean, this is a perfectly capable weapon system, even in low light like we have right now.
I'll tell you, the 16-inch barrel and this long sight alignment here is what made a difference tonight.
One of the great things about this weapon system is that in nearly 50 years, it hasn't really changed that much, and it's still in use today, man.
Yeah.
Since coming on the scene in 1957, the M16 has seen action in all corners of the globe. One battle that took place in Somalia in 1993 has become famous for the Black Hawk Down incident. Army Rangers head into Mogadishu to capture the lieutenants of a Somali warlord. But the operation turns into a rescue mission after a rocket-propelled grenade knocks down one of the Black Hawk helicopters. During the close quarters battle, the M16 is the Rangers' primary rifle. Although the Rangers ultimately outperform AK-wielding fighters, the mission reveals a need for an even more effective rifle.
For years, any grunt who joined the Army learned to disassemble, clean, reassemble, and engage with the M16 assault rifle. But as a former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman, I carried the more compact version known as the M4 carbine.
Few have relied more on the M4 than members of SEAL Team 6, including Tony Rapinski, who served as a dev group operator.
The M4 replaced the M16. It's still a 5.56 round, but now you have the ability to add sights and optics and lasers to it. It's a very, very stable platform.
You've obviously got some skill with that thing. But in your personal opinion, what makes the M4 better than the M16A2?
Well, the first thing you'll notice with these two weapon systems is this one is actually a lot smaller than the M16. This allows you to go in tighter environments, vehicles, buildings. The next thing you'll notice is the rail system, allowing you to use different kinds of scope systems. Primarily, we use the holographic EOTech scope, but we also have ACOGs, aim points, and other various scopes that go with this.
So the lower receiver is almost identical. Actually, as a matter of fact, it is identical.
It is. The lower receiver, there's really no changes.
And in terms of the internal mechanisms of the weapon, such as the bolt carrier group, the gas tube, that's all identical as well.
Exactly, all identical.
Okay, now, that weapon's a lot sexier than this one. Do you want to trade?
I don't think so.
Come on, dude, I'm the host.
With a muzzle velocity of around 2,800 feet per second, semi-automatic fire gives you control and accuracy up to 600 yards. But when you need to suppress a concealed position, M4s clear the grass with up to 750 5.56 rounds every minute. In battle zones like Afghanistan, the M4 has proven its dependability under fire. Even with a full magazine of 30 rounds, its weight is only around 7 pounds. This, along with its adjustable stock, makes it easy to maneuver in tight quarters. But does the M4 outperform the AK-47? Tony and I are about to find out with a shoot and move test similar to what special operators might go through in a tactical weapons course.
You're going to be moving left, right, and backwards on this range. When I say fire, take a firing position of your choice, engage a target of your choice. You're going to have 30 rounds, 30 targets. Now, because you're an M4 expert, I'm going to take you a little outside your comfort zone and have you fire the AK. I'm going to use the M4. How's that sound?
Let's do it.
All right. Ready? Moving right. Engage. Engage. There you go. Move left. Fire. Fire. To the rear. Fire. Moving right. Fire. Again, fire. Move to the rear. Finish them off. All right, man, not bad. All but 8 targets. So 22 out of 30. I mean, that's pretty good shooting. What do you think of that weapon system compared to the M4?
Well, I'll tell you this, it's definitely not as accurate.
Okay.
So I kind of expect you to hit all of them this time with that weapon system.
Yeah.
All right. Move right. Engage. Engage. Move back. Engage. Engage. Back. Engage. Left. Engage. Move right. All right, unload.
Ah!
Just one.
Just one?
Just one.
I think some of those bottles were knocked down by their buddy who was exploding, but...
It works, it works.
All right, nice. Great test, man. I like the accuracy of this, obviously, on the move. Iron sights is always a lot harder. Nowadays, with the M4 and the Picatinny rail system, you can throw that EOTech or an aim point on there, be a lot more accurate.
Yep.
Good weapon system. Good test?
Good.
All right, awesome.
The M4 system has inspired several variations, including the Heckler & Koch 416, one of the new breed of modern assault rifles. It's compact, lightweight, and packs a lot of punch. Like other assault rifles, the HK 416 is gas-operated, but it restricts the gas to a tiny forward section of the barrel. The force of the gas kicks back a piston rod that ejects the shell and loads up the next round. Tony and I will see if the HK 416's advanced scope, feather trigger, and minimal recoil help us lock on targets the size of a human heart at 50 yards.
You're gonna engage those targets as I call out a color. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
All right, good to go. Ready to fire, Tony?
Yep.
Yellow. White. There you go, red. Brown. Blue. There you go. That's great, man. You got good hits all the way around. That yellow one just went everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, great test. All right, I want to give it a go.
Go for it.
All right. You just call them out, I'll engage them.
Red.
There you go. White. You got it. Yellow. Perfect. Now take down the white one. Nice. Perfect. Brown. Nice. Blue.
That's it, clear. Safe.
Good work.
Nice. All right, that's pretty awesome. So with the Ancient K416, it's a very accurate weapon, but because it's got a selective fire switch on it, you could go from firing single shots to burst or full automatic fire to suppress a target. There's a lot of bad business coming out of the end of that barrel. Awesome. Despite the advances offered by the 416 and the M4, the AK-47 is still very much in the fight. We've been on a whirlwind tour of assault rifles, from the earliest prototypes to the combat-proven weapon systems of today. We kicked off this trip with the M1 Garand. Its 8-round clip and semi-auto action were a vast improvement over earlier bolt-action rifles. But it was still too long and heavy for modern close-quarters combat. So during the Second World War, the Germans actually came up with the world's first assault rifle, the STG-44. The weapon was not produced in mass numbers until 1944, but it still almost turned the tide in favor of the Third Reich. The characteristics of the assault weapon gradually came into focus. It was short, lightweight. Its ammunition was housed in a detachable magazine that made it easy to load, and you could select the rate of fire from semi to fully automatic. The world's most popular assault rifle, the Russian AK-47, arrived on the battlefield over 50 years ago and is still being used today. The American military responded to its development with a series of selective fire rifles, from the first M14 to the shorter and lighter M16. And then even smaller close-quarters weapons like the HK-416. Now, back when I was in uniform, we carried the M4 carbine. It's one of the preferred weapon system for special operations. As an Air Force pararescueman, I carried the M4 to deal with any situation in a still fluid tactical environment. To get a little help with this next challenge, I've recruited our AK-47 expert, Dmitry Marinov. Now, you know the AK inside and out.
Oh, yes, I do. As we say in old country, bьет пулемет неутомим. The unstoppable AK-47 shooting.
Okay, we're gonna see if you can make the M4 sing, because we're using this in the next challenge. But first, I gotta show you how it works.
I'm very excited.
Let's do it.
Давай.
So, right off the bat, this is your bolt catch here. You see it on the back side of your weapon? Go ahead and hook this thing with your fingers, pull the bolt to the rear, push on the bolt catch, there you go. Now your bolt's locked back to the rear. All right, grab your magazine, place the magazine in the magazine well, press the bolt catch right there. Now you have a round in the chamber. Now that's the business end. Buttstock goes in the shoulder, just like the AK. Make it happen, Captain. Dmitry is firing simunition, a bullet replacement we'll be using in our next test. These non-lethal rounds can be fired through the actual weapon and simulate the accuracy and rate of fire of the weapon system. These rounds are normally only available to military and law enforcement personnel for training. They leave a visible mark on impact. In this final test, Dmitry and I must fight our way through a combat zone against enemies armed with the AK-47. Our goal is the LZ extraction zone on the far side of the start point. Both sides will be armed with simunition, and for today's test, 2 hits equals a kill. In terms of this particular test, the one thing that I felt we had to watch out for with the AK was its high rate of fire and high magazine capacity. Armed with M4s and 60 rounds between us, Dmitry and I may be outnumbered, but we're not outgunned. The key to gain an advantage in any situation is to use suppressive fire, keep the enemy's head down, then close with and destroy. Dmitry was able to flank around to the sides as I suppressed the targets. exposing yourself. Sometimes that's a chance you take when you're the #1 guy. And then we started in that leapfrog technique.
Moving. This is the moment when all of a sudden you realize, I can get hit. All of a sudden, everything turns into real deal.
It takes 2 hits to take a man out. Fortunately, I think the M4 is the more precise weapon.
The ATV guy came in. He didn't have a weapon system that he could use effectively. At best, he could have tried to use the ATV itself as a weapon. Now we got into some Connex boxes. It's almost a CQB type environment where you're dealing with hallways, tight spaces, unknown areas.
Got hit?
Yeah, one more and I'm out.
You have to move to points of domination in order to control the flow of the battle. I engaged the target in between the 2 Connex boxes, and the target was still kind of whining and screaming, so you always throw a round in that guy. He can still be a threat. I knew that there was just a small open area that we had to cover to get to the LZ. I'll go low, you go high. Around the corner. You come high, I'll go low. I pied that corner. I was low on a knee. Demeter pushed it out just past me, and of course, targets did pop up. I provided suppressive fire. We moved up, closed that distance, destroyed the targets, made it home free.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've still got 5 rounds left. Demeter never changed magazines either, so the M4 matched the AK-47's firepower with greater accuracy.
After all that, what do you think of the M4 carbine compared to the AK-47?
Well, to be honest with you, Will, comparing the Cadillac to the Yugo.
Nice. So you like it then? Or do you
it.
prefer to drive a Yugo?
Well, depends on the situation.
I got you.
But still, the AK is a great gun.
Yeah, it is a very functional weapon. This works great for us, and
How does one man take on a tank or reduce a building to rubble? With one of these, the most infamous and widely used shoulder-mounted anti-tank weapon in the world.
This Cold War rocket launcher is still blowing targets to smithereens. But there's new competition. Does it compare to the latest high-tech systems?
Nice.
I'm traveling around the world to find out.
This is the RPG.
And this is a weapon that changed the world. Nothing has shaped history more than the gun. I'm Will Willis, former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman. I've trained with modern weapons until firing them is second nature. Now, I'm out to master the greatest military firearms of all time and see how these weapons change the world. They're long, they're loud, they're lethal. Rockets like the RPG are essential weapons on today's battlefield. They've been used in combat for almost 1,000 years. However, those early Rocketeers never dreamt that their weapons could be harnessed, carried, and fired by a single mobile infantryman. First carried by Soviet troops in 1949, the RPG is known as the AK-47 of rockets. It's cheap, reliable, easy to use, and deadly. Over the last 60 years, more than 9 million have been produced, making RPGs the high-impact weapon of choice for militias, insurgents, and guerrillas all over the world. Like the AK-47, the threat of the RPG will not go away, but more modern designs, like the Swedish AT-4, are competing with it, sometimes head-to-head. April 2003, Saddam Hussein's reign of tyranny has officially ended. But pockets of resistance keep the war-torn country in a state of chaos. U.S. Marines patrolling Sadr City confront heavily armed remnants of Saddam's army. One of them pulls out an RPG. But the Marines are packing their own rocket launcher, an AT-4. The AT-4 is one of the most versatile weapons on the battlefield. Designed, developed, and manufactured in a nation that hasn't gone to war for nearly 200 years. Though not widely known in the U.S., Saab Dynamic is one of the most prominent weapons companies in the world, and it's located here in Karlskoga, Sweden. The company's Bofors Arms Division dates back to a hammer mill founded in the 1600s. Its most famous owner was Alfred Nobel, the inventor of dynamite and founder of the Nobel Prizes. Nobel played the key role in reshaping this iron and steel producer into a modern weapons manufacturer. I've come over 5,000 miles to fire the new AT-4 myself. It's the AT-4 CSTW, Confined Space Tandem Warhead, and it's the new disposable assault munition. It's designed with an anti-structure, anti-armor breaching capability, all in one munition. Around $3,000 a piece, the AT-4 launcher is 40 inches long and weighs 15 pounds. It's disposable, and because it can only be fired once, the AT-4 is classified as a single round of ammunition rather than an actual weapon. AT-4 product manager Andreas Andersson is developing the latest and most powerful version.
I think the most important thing with the AT-4 development right now is the multi-target capability, because this will help your commander to have one weapon that he could use for all his different elements when conducting an assault.
Okay, Andreas, I recognize the original AT-4 configuration that I was trained with when I was in the Army. And right here we have a front sight made out of plastic. We've got the rear sight right here. We've got our safety lever and trigger mechanism, our cocking lever, and it also got a shipping safety pin.
That's right.
In what way has this weapon system changed?
It has changed in quite a bit, particularly when you look inside the weapon. The projectile is a whole new projectile with a break-in charge and a main charge. So it's a tandem warhead, which comes from the name too for it.
The anti-structure tandem warhead includes two separate explosive charges. In blast mode, the first charge punches a hole into an outer wall, while the second main charge detonates inside the structure. In breach mode, both charges explode on impact.
So one weapon system, two different capabilities.
Two different capabilities, only from flipping this mode selector. So in this way, on the brick wall, in the breach mode, creating a new point of entry, and in that mode, the blast mode, on the concrete target, getting the behind the wall.
The penetration. All right, Andreas, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna fire this AT-4 CSTW. We've got a double layer brick wall that we're gonna fire at in breach mode. I'll be taking that shot.
On most rocket launchers, the backblast is so strong anyone within 60 to 70 yards to the rear is in danger, limiting your choice of firing positions. Saab's advances have led to a confined space warhead. The reduced backblast means their weapon can be fired from tight enclosed spaces found in urban combat zones.
This locks down, there we go. Going on! On the way! Woo! Ah! Holy smokes, man.
That's a nice hit there.
a little low on the target, man, but it definitely put a hole in there.
Perfect, and it's perfect as a new point of entry for anyone to get into.
You know what's amazing is that the concussion was not that bad. We're in this confined room, and, you know, we're both fine.
Yeah.
The blast damage in breach mode is impressive. Now, Andreas is going to show me what the Warhead can do in blast mode on a much bigger, more reinforced target.
How thick is that concrete?
That is an 8-inch concrete wall with double layers of rebars, and each rebar is about ½ an inch thick.
And then behind that concrete wall is also a large metal container.
Yeah, it's a standard shipping container that we put there to capture what the main charge is capable of.
Oh my goodness! You hit that concrete wall center mass, and the concussion just exploded that entire container. And this wall is no joke. I mean, it's thick, it's reinforced with rebar. What I didn't realize is that this rebar is actually crisscrossed in here. You have vertical and you have horizontal rebar.
Right.
And I can put my fist all the way through that hole. The shape of this structure is totally changed. But stepping inside, you know, one of the first things I noticed is kind of this halo or this ring of shrapnel just inside of here. Deformed the entire structure. The concussion wave was magnificent. Look at the penetrations though. Even these very, very small penetrations through this steel. That's metal moving at high velocity, a high enough velocity to exit this steel structure. I gotta tell you, I'm really impressed. So let's take a look at the brick wall.
Yeah.
Even from, you know, 150, 200 yards away, we could see that this breach was significant. You've got two different capabilities with the same weapon system. Over here, you've got the blast capability. Over here with the breach, it's definitely a classic breach. I can step right through here, you know, just like you're supposed to be able to. I've got bricks that have been thrown all the way back. Those are hazardous. The entire structure has been compromised. Another round would totally drop this entire wall.
The AT-4 is not the only Swedish weapon shaking up the battlefield. The M3 Carl Gustaf recoilless rifle is also upping the stakes. Recoilless weapons have a rifle barrel and allow heavier shells to be fired with greater accuracy by eliminating the kick. The Carl Gustaf is a highly advanced version. Jack Seymour, a retired member of U.S. Army Parachute Infantry and Special Forces, is the leading American expert on its capabilities.
I fully believe that the Carl Gustaf is the #1 system in the world with its capabilities and its range and its lightweight.
Okay, Jack, this is a weapon that we used in the Ranger Battalion when I was there. Why don't you tell me a little bit about why you like the Carl Gustaf?
Any mission or any target set, from anti-personnel, anti-tank, anti-structure, can be built around this weapon system by simply mixing the munition types in the platoon or the company.
From the front to the back, what are we looking at?
From the front, we have the shock absorbers to protect the tube. Day sights underneath the scope itself. We have a 3x12 scope. We have these knobs here for each specific round that you interchange by the types of rounds that you want to use.
Okay, and of course we've got our pistol grip over here. We actually have to cock the weapon system over here with our thumb. Is that correct?
Yes, it's already cocked.
It's already cocked.
So
okay.
in your position, you would just stay behind the gun.
Okay.
Your AG would move the handle forward.
Okay.
And lift. Remove the round or place a round in the tube.
Okay.
None of that can be done unless, of course, the weapon system is cocked and obviously on safe.
Okay, and then close that up?
Close it up. I check your back blast area. I let you know that we're good to fire, and you engage the target.
Okay, this is considered a recoilless rifle. What makes it a recoilless rifle?
Essentially, there's generally a balance between propellant boost and launching the projectile out the tube. So the exhaust blows out the back and the round, blows out the front with no recoil observed by the fire, or much recoil observed by the fire. That's what makes it a recoil system, sir.
Okay, so all the energy is, rather than being absorbed by the body, is pushed out in the form of backblast, and then, of course, in the form of the projectile itself. Okay. All right, so tell me a little bit about the first target we're going to engage with the Carl Gustaf.
It's a simulated house or fortified structure. It's constructed of wood, walls approximately 8 inches.
Okay. And there's some targets on the inside of that structure that we need to engage.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm excited to shoot this thing. Let's have at it. Before firing the full 84mm warhead, I'll test out the system using a smaller 20mm round. This sub-caliber munition allows operators to practice their marksmanship with a less expensive alternative.
Backblast area clear, permission to fire.
It leaves an incandescent trail, allowing trainers to see where the gunner is shooting. I'm ready for the full-size round, a high-explosive dual-purpose warhead known as an HEDP. It uses its kinetic force to penetrate the outer wall, and the charge explodes a millisecond later inside the structure, eliminating any occupants. At $1,800 a round, it's important that I get this first shot on target.
Yeah!
That was awesome.
Awesome.
I can see from here that that target is just totally annihilated. I saw pieces flying through my scope.
Yes, that was a great shot.
Oh, look, this is the fins. The fins from the projectile just perfectly lodged inside of here. I don't know where the other one is, but these 4 fins ended up staying on the outside of this wood structure. They're lodged in there pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So on the
there's
backside,
the exit route.
Splintered all this, but it also explodes inside of the room. Look at the size of the hole that's up over here on the backside. And then, of course, our target. This target's hitting several spots right here, here, down here. The explosion is devastating. No one on the inside of that wall could have survived. Both the Carl Gustaf and the AT-4 provide the solitary soldier unprecedented firepower. But shoulder-mounted rockets have been used in warfare for decades. Their creation was essential to overcome a new threat on the battlefield. During World War I, the first armored tanks roll across no man's land in an attempt to break the stalemate of trench warfare. German troops have no answer to this British war machine. By 1939, Germany improves on the enemy's technology. The Nazis' panzer tank divisions are used to advance with devastating effect during their blitzkrieg campaigns. The tank sparks a race to design a new infantry weapon, powerful enough to penetrate steel armor, and by 1942, America has an answer: the bazooka. Here to help me test the first shoulder-mounted tank killer is Jeff Warner, expert on World War II rockets.
The bazooka was the first of its kind at that time. It was very revolutionary. This was a shoulder-fired rocket, and it was space-age technology at the time.
So, Jeff, this is the famous bazooka, and most people will still call any shoulder-mounted rocket a bazooka.
The M1 bazooka and its variants was actually designed by Lieutenant Edward Ewell of the U.S. Army. He was given the task of finding out a way to have one guy deliver some kind of an explosive charge to vehicles, more specifically armored vehicles, with a shoulder-fired weapon to just be able to pop up behind some kind of cover and knock out a tank single-handedly. And you know, today we see RPGs, we see law rockets, and they're a pretty common weapon on the battlefield. But this is the granddaddy of them all. Nothing like that existed before this right here.
Before we fire the bazooka, it's time for a little rocket science. The destructive power of the bazooka's warhead and of most shoulder-launched rockets comes from something called a shape charge. Like a lens focusing light, a shape charge concentrates the force of the exploding warhead, creating a jet of superheated gas that can easily slice through steel. This phenomenon is known as the Monroe effect, after American chemist Charles Monroe, who first noted the power of shape charges in 1888. We've set up a test so we can see the Monroe effect for ourselves. Bomb experts are placing a small length of det cord filled with PET and high explosive on a steel plate and wiring it for remote detonation. Then they form the same amount of explosive into a shape charge, placing it in a wooden holder and set it a few inches above a second steel plate of the same size. Fire in the hole! Now it's time to compare the differences.
All right.
Well, look at that. Look at the difference here.
Yeah. So right here, where we laid the charge on top of the steel, it just made a little mark. All that energy from that round moves up and away from this plate in all directions.
Right.
When you put a shape charge on top of that energy, it captures the energy and sends it back towards the steel plate. And that's how these warheads penetrate armor. They use a projectile shape charge.
That's exactly right.
Bazookas, RPGs, and similar weapons have a distinctive design, the telltale sign of a shape charge inside.
All right, well, that's enough of the rocket science. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Show me how to load and fire this thing.
Right, well, it's a pretty simple procedure, really. This is basically just a hollow tube, and you've got a rocket that gets connected into the back of it and clips in here, and it's fired electrically with a trigger here.
So it's an electronic ignition system?
Absolutely. To arm the rocket, goes in the back here. There's an arming switch here. You switch that to red. That means that the tube and the rocket is ready to fire.
And then over here, this screen. What's the purpose of this screen on the front?
Well, as the rocket leaves the tube, it's trailing fire and smoke. It's pretty intense. And the intent of the screen is to just protect the fire from a little bit of the backblast.
Okay.
But there's also a rudimentary sight here. It's a peep here with two posts in the front, one for 100 yards and one for 200 yards, and that's about it.
All right, man, let's do it.
All right.
Jeff has set up a target for me, a machine gun nest located 150 yards away. Assuming my aim is good, shock watch patches will measure the G-force of the rocket's impact.
All right.
The blast did some serious damage, that's for sure. The bazooka's rocket is designed to penetrate a tank, so these targets had no chance.
This thing does a good job.
Hell yeah, it does. Look at that. Wow.
Holy smokes. They blew this all to hell. Oh my God, look at these guys. This is what we call in the medical world multi-system mutilating trauma. Oh, we've got our shock watch patches here. This measures the concussive blast forces. This one has actually gone off. So that means that this guy absorbed 25 G's of force. Right here, we got another one. And again, this one's turned red, 25 G's of force. So if you did roll into this as like a medical personnel, it's pretty traumatic. I mean, these guys are done for.
So, Will, how was it firing that bazooka?
Pretty exciting. I mean, it's nice to do something that guys were doing back in World War II. You know, the warriors that came before and experienced something that they experienced.
In response to the American bazooka, Germany produces 2 of their own shape charge anti-tank weapons during World War II. More powerful than the American original, they terrorize Allied forces across Europe. To explain their significance, I'm meeting Mark Turner, who restores these mighty weapons.
The Panzer Schreck is basically a very large bazooka on steroids. The projectile, it actually is a rocket with rocket fuel and propels itself out of the tube.
How did the Germans in World War II improve on the American-designed bazooka?
First of all, they named it Panzer Schreck, which means tank terror. It truly is terrifying. They increased the size. American bazooka is approximately 60 millimeters. They improved it, made it larger, up to 88 millimeters. The rocket is twice the weight and destructive power compared to the bazooka.
Does this thing load and fire in the same manner as the bazooka?
It does indeed. It has many of the same features that you find on the bazooka, the clip that holds the back of the rocket when it's inserted into the tube. There were some other improvements. It doesn't have a battery for the electric ignition. They have actually a magnetic rod and a coil, which produces a spark when the magnet is inserted into the coil.
The Panzer Schreck is just the first response to the American bazooka.
That Panzer Schreck is a really powerful weapon. I can see why they call it a tank terror. Now, what are we looking at here? It looks like an RPG.
Well, it does look like an RPG. This is the Panzer Faust, and this is the fist on the head. It actually doesn't function like an RPG in that the projectile does not have a rocket motor in it. It has an explosive packet on the inside that when you fire it, it launches the projectile more like a mortar.
Okay, and after you fire this, I could grab another one of these, shove it back down the tube, and re-engage?
Well, actually, these are meant to be disposable. So
Wow.
it would be shoot and scoot and drop the tube and run away. It was the first disposable rocket launcher. To fire it, you would, first of all, you remove a safety wire from the front sight. And that allows you to raise the front sight, which is also blocking the trigger mechanism here. It's just another safety device. You would then sight through the hole here. There's a little tab on the front here. So you get your angle for 60 meters in this case through this particular hole. And then by squeezing down on this trigger mechanism, that would ignite the powder charge.
Okay.
It was cheap and crude, but it was easy to produce. It was very easy to train people how to use it.
The Panzer Faust shaped charge warhead is packed with TNT and trihexogen. It travels at a relatively slow 100 feet per second, with an effective range of only 66 yards. This enables the Panzer Faust to penetrate any tank on the World War II battlefield. It's even more effective against bunkers, machine gun nests, and sandbag positions. To test the power of the Panzer Faust, we've set up a machine gun tower in the distance.
All right, now it's my turn to fire the tank fist. Pretty excited about it, I gotta tell you.
Let's blow it up.
I'm gonna fire from right here. Front sight comes up. Ready to fire. Did you say the 60 about that?
That's 60.
A direct hit. I guess this devastating weapon really can be fired by anyone.
Ah, you nailed it.
That was pretty awesome.
Unbelievable.
I was not expecting an explosion like that.
The Panzer Faust, it's meant to penetrate 200 millimeters of steel.
So this guy right here, he's showing all of the classic injuries that one would see with any kind of blast trauma. He's got the broken bones and the shrapnel wounds moving all up him. The concussive blast actually launched him from his tower there and down onto the ground. You can expect to see a lot of internal organ rupture, especially in the lungs, the bowels, any hollow spaces in the body from that concussion. And of course, his outpost, totally annihilated. We've got debris all over the area. I mean, very impressive weapon system.
Oh, my goodness.
I can see why it was such an effective weapon and feared weapon, you know, in the battlefield at the time.
Well, the fact that the Panzer Faust was designed to take out tanks, this tower didn't stand a chance.
Both the reloadable Panzer Schreck and the one-shot Panzer Faust are highly effective. They're fearsome weapon systems that are perfectly designed for quickly knocking out tanks or machine gun posts. They also paved the way for a new rocket system, developed in the Soviet Union shortly after World War II. The RPG is the most successful rocket system in history. Some see it as a symbol of terrorism, others as a symbol of freedom. It's been used in dozens of wars for multiple decades and is used by over 50 countries. It is undoubtedly a weapon that has changed the world. To explain the RPG's impact, I've brought in former Russian Spetsnaz operative, Sonny Puzikas.
The success of RPG is, first, reliability of the weapon in any conditions. Two, it's very simple to learn. And probably the last reason is it's a lot of bang for the buck. It's cheap.
So, Sonny, we've been talking about U.S. and German rocket systems from World War II. What did the Soviets bring to the table during that time?
In the time of World War II, there was no really equivalent man-portable anti-tank weapon in Soviet Army. They were relying on heavier wheeled versions of anti-tank weapons and lighter rifle-fired grenades. But in 1949, RPG-2 was introduced.
And it's a pretty simple operation overall, that's correct?
It is very basic as AK-47.
The RPG-2 is a simple 40-inch long, 6-pound steel tube with a pistol grip and trigger. Its wooden side protects the shooter's face from heat generated by the blast or freezing metal during winter warfare. It fires a PG-2 80mm high-explosive anti-tank round at 275 feet per second. It has an effective range of 150 yards and can penetrate steel armor up to 7 inches thick. Trained soldiers can fire off up to 6 rounds a minute. Now, the acronym RPG, we always say rocket-propelled grenade. That's what it stands for. Is that true?
The actual designation in Russian language is ручной противотанковый гранатомет, which in direct translation is a handheld anti-tank grenade launcher.
And what was the most successful version of the RPG?
RPG-7 was the most successful version and remains so.
The RPG-7 is introduced to Soviet soldiers in 1961. It has a simple pistol grip and trigger, weighs 15 pounds, and measures 34 inches in length. It can fire warheads between 40mm and 105mm in caliber. And the effective range doubles from the RPG-2 to approximately 300 yards for a moving target. The grenade is propelled by a rocket, exiting the weapon at just over 100 yards per second. A set of fins on the warhead open up, helping to guide it. After 10 yards, a sustainer motor fires up, boosting the rocket to over 300 yards per second. If the warhead doesn't hit a target, it self-detonates after 1,000 yards. But an RPG hit is not guaranteed. In the War on Terror, U.S. forces are often ambushed entering enemy-held towns and provinces. Taliban forces move in close for an effective hit with an RPG. Whoever pulls the trigger must account for any crosswind that can throw off their aim. Because if they miss, it takes 14 seconds to reload, opening them up to return fire. The RPG-7 has a fierce reputation, and I'm gonna put it to the test. I'm gonna engage that target. I gotta move through this wooded terrain to a final firing position about 100 yards away. To destroy that vehicle, I have to account for any crosswind as I dial in my sights. How's that for firepower? No wonder it was quickly adopted throughout the world. The RPG-7 was first employed against U.S. troops in Vietnam in 1967. It was used effectively against M48 tanks to penetrate masonry buildings and bunkers. How did the U.S. respond to the RPG-7? They brought in the law. In this case, law means light anti-tank weapon, and the M72 law is a one-shot terminator. It fires a pre-packed 66mm high-explosive anti-tank warhead known as a heat round. The law can be fired by one man and then thrown away. One aspect making it special is its 2 telescoping tubes. The outer tube contains the trigger, arming handle, front and rear sights, and the rear cover. Extending it cocks and arms the weapon. In 1963, the law replaces the bazooka as the standard issue anti-tank weapon for U.S. infantry. But because it can only be used once, the operator is left open to return fire. During the Ia Drang Valley campaign, the North Vietnamese Army launches a major assault surrounding the U.S. 1st Cavalry Division.
Lieutenant Walter Marm's 2nd Platoon Bravo Company moves through the tall grass toward the surrounding enemy. When suddenly, the platoon is halted by gunfire coming from a 5-foot anthill 30 yards to their front. Risking his own life, Lieutenant Marm fires his M72 Law from an exposed position. This stuns the machine gunner long enough to allow Marm to pick up a grenade and destroy the enemy. For his heroism, Walter J. Marm receives the Congressional Medal of Honor. The Law is made famous during the Vietnam War, but is withdrawn from service in 1984 in favor of the AT-4. However, its retirement doesn't last long. The Law is reissued for combat in Afghanistan due to its ease of use, lightweight, and relatively low cost at only $4,000 apiece. The Marines have another rocket launcher for bigger jobs.
I've come to the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Training Center in 29 Palms, California. I'm working with 3rd Battalion, 3rd Marines, and the Small. The Small is the standard issue shoulder-mounted assault weapon used by U.S. forces.
The Small, or shoulder-launched multi-purpose assault weapon, is a reusable, portable missile system designed for the U.S. Marines in 1984. One small feature enhancing its effectiveness is a built-in rifle. This allows the operator to sight in a target before firing the actual rocket. At $1 a shot, these 9mm tracer rounds are an inexpensive way to increase the gunner's first round hit probability. The Small has been a critical weapon in operations by Marines and their Afghan and Iraqi allies.
We mainly use the Small against machine gun bunkers. In Afghanistan, we like to call them murder holes, little holes burrowed out in the sides of compounds or houses that they just shoot out of. Walls are about 2 feet thick over there, so you need some pretty good high explosive to take it down. One small rocket will bring that wall down.
The Small fires warheads designed to take on bunkers, armored tanks, and even caves.
What we use in country a lot is the HEDP round. It's a high explosive dual purpose round. And then there's the HEA anti-armor rocket. Go through any modern tank pretty much. And then there's the any rocket. They built it specifically for Afghanistan and Iraq, taking down buildings and caves. It builds on the principle of overpressure. So when it explodes, it's full of like aluminum powder, explosive. So it just keeps on exploding and builds that overpressure, and it'll collapse a 2-story building.
But in combat, how does the Small compare to the RPG?
You've been engaged with the RPG-7.
Yes, I have.
So how would you compare that RPG-7 to this Small?
RPG-7 is a very simple weapon to operate, but downfalls with that, you do not have the ability to mark your target. With the Small, you have your ability to see where your round's potentially going to impact.
One of the RPG's deadliest capabilities is its ability to shoot down aircraft.
Do you think that the Small could be used effectively against aircraft in the same ways that the RPG is?
I don't see why not. The one problem you might have is the backblast on it. If shooting up, that backblast might really hurt your feet.
Yeah, kick up rocks and dirt.
But I've seen RPGs take down helicopters before, and I don't see why a Small wouldn't if you had the right angle.
But how do you stop an aerial target that's more than a mile high, well beyond the range of an RPG? Only one weapon in America's arsenal of man-portable rocket launchers has a solid track record against high-flying aerial targets.
I've come to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for my next test. We're going to be utilizing the Army's latest missile training facility to explore the tactical capabilities of the Stinger weapon system.
This state-of-the-art Stinger missile simulator takes high-tech to new heights.
Rotary wing, hostile engaged. Requirement tone verified. Missile away, target destroyed.
To train soldiers to fire the Stinger, the simulator allows instructors to see exactly what the soldier sees in his viewfinder.
Tone verified.
The Stinger is equipped with an IFF antenna. It interrogates coded signals from the aircraft and translates them into different tones identifying the craft.
Verified tone Tone verified.
As a true friend, possible friend, or unknown.
Missile away, target destroyed.
We can put friendly aircraft in there so they know the difference between the identification friend or foe tones and any aircraft and any aspect that they might engage the aircraft in a combat environment, we can simulate in this environment.
Target. IFF. Hostile engage. Tone verified. Super elevate. Target destroyed.
The Stinger launch tube fires an infrared homing surface-to-air missile known simply as the SAM. It can destroy aircraft at altitudes up to 12,500 feet. When launched, a small ejection motor pushes the missile a safe distance from the operator, before a two-stage solid fuel booster accelerates it to a maximum speed of around 1,000 miles an hour.
This right here, this is your...
This is the IFF antenna, which is reusable.
So you've got an IFF antenna. The rocket itself is inside the tube. Now, when I acquire a target, you said this was a vibrating cheekbone indicator?
Yes, sir.
So this thing will vibrate against my cheek, just in case I can't hear it.
That is
because
correct.
combat is very loud, all right? So I see that you guys have a very cool urban scenario set up on the walls. How many different environments can you project?
Well, we have 5 environments that we can choose from. Like you said, we have the urban, we have the jungle, and also we have the Arctic.
Okay. Nice. What do you say we take this thing and we run a few scenarios?
I trained with the Stinger when I was an Army Ranger. Now that was a few years ago, so my skills may be a bit rusty.
Target. Identify friend or foe.
There we go.
Hostile engage.
Okay.
Activate the missile. Requiring tone. Tone verified.
Okay.
Uncage. Gotta get locked back on them. Get that tone. Steady tone. Uncage. Super elevate.
Super elevation is raising the barrel up so that when that eject motor kicks off, that round doesn't skip across the ground.
Center reticle.
Okay.
Missile away.
Oh, damn.
Let's try it again. Recycle BCU.
Okay.
Super elevate. Center reticle.
Just missed its tail. Maybe a change of environment will help.
Hostile engage. Good tone, good tone. Super elevate, center reticle. Continue to track. Missile away, target destroyed.
There we go. I got him.
Target, there you go.
Having time in the Stinger dome to get your firing technique down right has a big payoff.
The Stinger missile costs $135,000. This is the closest experience they get before they fire the missile downrange. Each time they go downrange to fire Stinger missiles, it's costing us money. So they can come into this IMTS dome and be able to shoot 4 to 5 targets to get their real-life training.
A simulator would save thousands of dollars, and they're in here for probably 3-4 days, and they're pulling the trigger 30-40 times. So that's just, saving money in the long run.
Missile weight target destroyed.
Nice. That's what I'm talking about. That's a lot harder than it looks. I mean, trying to keep that thing steady, get the right tone back, do everything in sequence, hold the trigger. The biggest thing for me is holding that trigger down long enough for that rocket to launch, because you're so used to, with rifles and so on, squeezing the trigger and then letting that thing reset to squeeze off another round rapidly. So holding that trigger down, man, it was really getting me. How does this differ from actually firing a real Stinger missile?
The main difference from the real Stinger missile and the simulator, of course, the real Stinger missile have argon gas will come out the real blowout disc. That's the main difference.
Okay.
But other than that, the simulators is just like the real thing downrange, sir.
So there's not a lot of kickback, you're not absorbing any recoil or anything like that?
Not at all, Will.
All right. Well, this is very cool. I really enjoyed, trying to shoot something out of this guy. And thank you again for your time. Thank you very much.
I'm taking aim with some of the most powerful man-portable rocket launchers in the world. Ranging from a World War II bazooka
hostile engage
to the high-tech Stinger.
Missile weight target destroyed.
Nice.
But thanks to its rock-bottom price and simplicity, the RPG has been the dominant handheld system for more than 60 years. Surprisingly, its head-of-the-class competition comes from a nation better known for luxury cars than combat. Here at the Saab Bofors Testing Center, I fired the AT-4 at 150 yards. and use the Carl Gustav's superior range to blow through the walls of a wooden structure, clearing out everything inside. But the Carl Gustav is made even more versatile by its choice of rounds. Jack Seymour is back to tell me more about the HEDP, or High Explosive Dual Purpose Round.
You have little notches here on the back of the rounds.
Yes.
And the gunner will actually just index that notch as he's loading it into the tube. And as he's looking at the round, he sees the eye, so he's loading it for impact.
Okay.
And he rolls it over.
You insert that into the weapon with the D's facing up, and that means that thing's gonna explode on a delay.
That's correct.
The delay setting is designed for clearing out a structure. The impact setting is perfect against vehicles and buildings. But the Carl Gustav has another powerful choice, the HE round, that features a counter-defilade or airburst option.
You can actually program it to fly 1,250 meters or less, aim above the target, and it blows up above the intended target.
Okay, so if I wanted this to explode in the air at 500 meters, I could just take this, dial it in to 500, and at 500 meters, this thing automatically ignites.
The delayed airburst setting makes this a real threat to troops on the ground and behind obstacles because it literally showers everything below with a shotgun-like blast of 800 ball bearings.
Easily be trained within a couple of hours how to use the system. And the munitions are very simplistic, as they should be. Easy is always better.
To see for myself, I take a turn firing the HE round in airburst mode.
Yeah! That's awesome. I mean, you can actually see after you shoot it the dispersion that happens. I mean, it's great.
Absolutely perfect, and that's what we're talking about. Set the range on the round.
And if that was a trench, there would be no way to get anything down in there. You would have to lob stuff in.
Nothing.
So if that was a trench, that airburst just hits targets down in that trench.
You can't get away.
Yeah.
This weapon is tailor-made for all combat conditions, including counterinsurgency. And that's the basis for our final test. The challenge? We need to take out a minivan occupied by a suicide bomber. But there's a group of armed fighters between me and the target, sheltered from direct fire. We'll have only 45 seconds to suppress those gunmen with an airburst, then scramble fast to take out the van.
$500 on the site. All right, I'm set.
Set!
Safe. On the way!
The airburst's rain of hot shrapnel wipes out the fighters. Just a few seconds left to take out the main target.
White minivan, 260 meters.
260. 260 set. Good to go?
Back bus out clear!
On the way.
Yeah, baby!
That's a hit. How's that?
The HE round's impact mode delivers a devastating punch to the minivan, but I wouldn't have gotten within range if the first targets hadn't been suppressed. Let's check out the effects of that airburst.
There's a pretty good fragmentation on the backside of this target, low here, here, here. On the uniform itself, up here. There's a really good one here on the front side, came right through the pocket.
And the main target?
So basically, this guy's gone. The concussive blast alone would have just, annihilated any target inside of there. This engine compartment completely dropped down, pushed back into here. We've peeled back the front end. That essentially stopped this vehicle. There's no way.
That's the desired effect for a vehicle running a checkpoint for the guys that are out there on the cops. The tactic is blow past the checkpoint, but the bottom line is that once the vehicle gets past a certain point, machine gun bullets and things like that, this is a true anti-structure weapon system.
Yeah.
And extremely accurate. Right through the front end, drops the engine block, severs the transmission, done deal. It stops in its track.
Right.
And the occupants in the vehicle are obviously not okay also.
I might have struck a little bit low on this, but at the end of the day, the vehicle stopped. I mean, the blast alone is going to nullify any threat that would have been inside of that vehicle. This is not a definitive test between the Colt 1911 and the Beretta 9mm, but it does demonstrate that even after 100 years, the Colt 45 is still a force to be reckoned with. These guns are a critical step in the history of firearms. They represent innovation, determination, and independence. And it's a testament to the genius of Samuel Colt and John Browning that the Colt 45 is still respected and beloved by servicemen and collectors alike. I'm Will Willis, locked and cleared. I'll see you next time on the range. Rifles like the L1 are designed for single-shot hits on high-value targets. But for soldiers on the battlefield, a high rate of fire matters most. With its groundbreaking semi-automatic system, the M1 Garand stood above all other battle rifles. It truly was a weapon that changed the world. I'm Will Willis, locked and cleared. I'll see you on the range. I was really impressed with the weapon systems that we used. Those submachine guns, the grease gun, the Thompsons, the Uzis. And to see that progression historically bring us to where we are today was just really an awesome experience. There's my initials, kinda. Because of its versatility, the submachine gun will continue to be a tactically essential weapon well into the 21st century. I'm Will Willis, locked and cleared. I'll see you next time on the range. The mighty 101 is still an awesome artillery piece, more than 50 years after it rolled into combat. It set the stage for today's big battle-tested howitzers, the ultralight M777 and the self-propelled M109 Paladin. Thanks to their dominant firepower and unrestrained mobility, today's howitzers are the true titans of the battlefield. Artillery pieces like the howitzer are known as the king of battle, and we've seen dramatic proof why. I'm Will Willis, locked and cleared. I'll see you next time on the range. Good job, man. We took out the bad guys.
We did it.
All right. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you very much.
Without you either.
Personal preferences aside, the AK-47 is the poster gun for assault rifles. This legendary weapon can be found virtually anywhere on the planet. And it's likely to be a force to be reckoned with decades into the future. I'm Will Willis, locked and cleared. I'll see you next time on the range. Formidable rounds like these provide a soldier with a dramatic upgrade in firepower and flexibility. The power of these rockets is breathtaking and unsettling if you're the target. In the hands of a single man, shoulder-mounted rockets like the RPG and its rivals can turn a battle against insurmountable odds. More modern guns, vehicles, armor, and even aircraft remain vulnerable to this weapon system that is over 50 years old. I'm Will Willis, locked and cleared. I'll see you next time on the range.